Wait. Wait, never mind. Don't wait. Continue not waiting. It's fine. You don't have to wait. I was lying when I said that. You should have just ignored that. Wait. Okay. I didn't mean anything. That was... I should never have told you to wait. That was wrong of me. I just ignored that. Wait, part. Anyway. I'm trying to get a point here. It's very important, of course. Anyway, I was just... Oh, I have this other problem. Fucking goddamn it. These problems that continue to persist despite my not wanting them to. Hello, my beloved family. You are my beloved family. You are my people who are useless like me. Hello, my useless family. Thank you for being useless like me. It makes me feel better. Not really. Your uselessness doesn't have anything to do with how I feel, but let's pretend, okay? Let's pretend for a while. That's a beautiful thing about pretending. We don't care about that reality thing. It keeps getting in the way of things. As we discussed previously. We're no point in trying to live by the rules of real town when you're in pretend land. That's just, you're ill-advised to attempt to apply them. Anywho, getting back to that initial wait, you should never have listened to that in the first place. That was me at my absolute worst. When I told you, when I started this thing, by saying wait, ooh, we both made a big mistake there, okay? We both made a big mistake. I said wait, I told you what to do, I shouldn't tell you what to do. You listened to me, and you waited. So, we are both to blame. The important thing is we figure out who is to blame for things. You know, earlier, Rachel and I finally got to the conclusion that she was to blame for me having to have sex with her all the time. I was trying to figure it out. The problem is, I've been trying to figure out why I'm doing these things. Really, she's the one to blame. That's why I'm doing it. It's her fault. It's entirely her fault. That's why. No wonder I can't figure it out. Because it's all her fault. That's why I keep having sex with her. It's not my fault. Obviously. And the thing is, I try to say, okay, you know, Eric, you've got important things to do. Like, you gotta smoke a cigarette. You gotta make some jokes about stuff. And as I explained to Rich in the bedroom there, look, sex and humor are not supposed to go together. It takes a very skilled captain to sail the good ship of lollipops down your womanhood lane, you know? But anyway, the reason it's so confusing is it's all her fault. I've been trying to be all accountable on this shit, you know, like, oh, it's my fault. No, it's Rachel's fault. Entirely her fault. So, the only way she's ever going to learn, apparently, I'm just going to have to fuck it out. And eventually she'll learn to stop making me fuck her, and then I guess we'll stop having to waste time on that whole thing there. But until she stops her wicked ways of making me do that, then there's no way I'm going to be able to stop it, because it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame for it. Now everything makes a lot more sense in that department. But regardless, that's a little bit of a sidetrack. my initial point, okay? Which is, why did I tell the birds? I'm giving it birdseed. I said, as soon as they do it, here, you stupid bird. It occurred to me, Eric, you're the one obeying the bird. maybe you should call yourself stupid instead of the bird. Here you go, I'm stupid. That's what you should be saying instead of telling the bird he's stupid. The bird's perfectly smart. He's got you feeding it after all. You're the dumb one. You're obeying the bird. So, well, okay, fine. It's not a stupid bird. It's a bootid. Same difference. Point is, stop yelling at me, bird. That's the point, okay? Forget about whether the adjective is right or not. The point is, stop yelling at me, bird. That's the real point, right? Like, why does it keep yelling at me? Well, because it wants some food. I haven't given it any yet. That doesn't have anything. It's empty. You're never going to get high from empty things, Eric. It don't work like that. Yeah. Boy, you don't even know how to do drugs anymore. What's wrong with you? Yeah, another conversation originally we were having earlier today. I think it's important for us all to hear. As I always do. It's about how the real heroes of America and the world are your hookup guys. Your hookup guys are not your drug dealers, right? Nor are they just... They could just be just your regular fans of the RUGS, you know? But the point is, they go out of their way to put together the people who want them and the people who sell them. It's a hookup guy, okay? It's like the guy who puts you with your man. That guy is the unsung hero of the world, okay? He's a real hero because he doesn't do it for anything. He just knows that if he were wanting it, he'd want you to be cooperative, so he's going to be cooperative. Like, he really deserves a statue in the park. Drug Connect guy. Deserves even a big, no, sure. We deserve to have, as a population, we should have and pay for as taxpayers. It's our moral obligation, I'd say, to celebrate illegal drug dealers by building statues of them and putting them in our parks. With a big thank you on it for doing what the government's too irresponsible to do correctly. But which is to say, getting me drugs. Oh, well, the thing is, I did what I normally do, which is I take a bath before I have sex, but then what I normally do is if I have sex and I move around a lot, then I get all sweaty again. But anyway, I've got the drug source, so it doesn't even matter. I'm going to get all sweaty no matter what. It's not intended to be... The thing is, the order of operations there is not designed to care about after sex. It's designed for the storyline to end at the end of sex. It doesn't consider what happens after that. You know, that's the problem. With no sex narratives ever do, really, if you think about it. It's never like, and then what? Well, then I'll pull it out again. And then what, Eric? And then I'll put it back in again. And then what? And then I'll pull it out again. And then what? And then I'll put it back in again. There's nothing more to it, you know, just Anyway, the point is that sex narratives don't really generally consider what the larger frame is. They don't take into account what happens after sex. They just take into account what happens during sex. That's why it's like, otherwise, normally I would never be doing this weird stuff, but because it's sex, it gets to be in this unique, weird little space of things. It's different than everything else, you know? It's true. Normally I wouldn't be doing weird stuff like that. This is me normally, right? I'm not doing any weird things like that to somebody else. Like, why would I be doing that to her? Well, that's normal, Eric, right? But sex gets to have its own little weird, logic-free freaking world where nothing makes any sense, and that's fine. As long as you just know that it just stays over there. And you don't have to understand it. Well, I mean, that's what, I guess, the point of blaming Rachel. And you don't have to understand it. You do understand it. You understand it's Rachel's fault. That's all you need to understand. It's her job, and it's her job to be her fault. That's her job. It's her fault that I have to have sex with her. That's her responsibility, not yours. You don't have to think about that anymore. No, you don't have to worry about it. It's the whole point of blaming her. Oh God, did I once again forget the purpose of blaming? How can I survive with myself if I don't even recall the purpose of blaming? The purpose of blaming, so you don't have to deal with it. That's the whole purpose of blaming. And after you blame, you then try to deal with it yourself. You've missed the purpose of blaming, obviously. And if you're gonna blame purposelessly, on purpose, well then you will have purposefully missed the purpose of purposefully blaming. And why even bother blaming to begin with in that case? You get everything all fucked up. You know, it's like, you got your purpose with your porpoise, you got your blame with your bloom. You're mistaking a flame for a flume. And it's lame that your loom can't partake in this groom's party, but it's not my fault. I'm not his friend. You know what I'm saying? It's not my fault. I can't do anything about it. You get your pine cone loving ass off my porch, motherfucker. That's the point of all this. Get your pine cone loving ass off my motherfucking porch before I call the local Biss County Sheriff Coroner's Office and sit for that for y'all having misrepresented himself at a yard sale in the local community fire. So, that's what I shall do to you. You do not know me what I will say to you now, sir. You know what I'm saying? If that's not clear, I do not know what could possibly be clear. That's as clear as anything could possibly ever be. It is the very definition of clarity. And if you do not agree with what I'm saying here, gee, well then you have a problem. Namely, disagreement with me. That's your problem. And whether that's actually a problem, you gotta be somewhat continuing on whether or not you find it such, but that's not really relevant. That's not the point I'm making, is the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm making. Is the key point I'm making. One of the key many points that I'm making is that is not the point I'm making. Okay? So accept that as the truth. Whatever your point is, you think that you are forcing onto me, that my point, you gotta learn the ways of the truth. You gotta learn the ways of the truth before you try to force your points on me, sir. No, sir, Bob. No, this isn't a real trash heap. We're New Orleans sunset. No, I ain't some old hobo, toothless, here by the rail yard, crazy old, drug-addled, whatever. No, actually, that's not. None of that is actually true. I mean, it just looks that way. It looks a lot like that, but it's not. Isn't that funny? Isn't that hilarious? I totally look like that, but the exact opposite is true. Isn't that funny? Isn't that hilarious? I'm actually at my dad's house in the back room in Arcadia. This incredibly spoiled 51-year-old man who has everything he could possibly ever ask for without having to do a goddamn thing. Isn't that fucking hilarious? Oh my god. It's so wonderfully awesome. How could I be anything else? How could a person like me exist if they weren't that? They couldn't. You need tender gardening to support this. This isn't just happen by itself. You gotta coddle the living fuck out of this. You know, it's like, this kind of craziness doesn't happen naturally as a hobo at the rail yard. No. Those are much more sturdy and tough creatures than this fellow here, you'll see. This fellow can deal with absolutely anything, as long as it's not uncomfortable or inconvenient at all. As long as it's not that. I can deal with absolutely anything for a short period of time, as long as it's not uncomfortable or inconvenient. Or not what I like. Then I can't deal with it at all. So, you can just forget trying to make me deal with those things. I don't like those things at all. Those things are for other people to deal with. That's other people's jobs. See, this is the thing. I keep trying to explain this to reality. I'm trying to do my job. Okay? Other people need to do their job. Other things need to do their job. My job is to be me. Okay? Now, I know it's not a fair job to have. I get it. There's no reason why I should get this job, this good job, and everybody else gets a shitty job. But it's nevertheless the case, it's my job to be me. Everything else needs to be it. That's all there is to it. You know? It's like if things will stop trying to be things other than what they are, then everything would be what it's supposed to be, obviously. And the problem is people keep trying to be other than what they are. Like, but I don't want to be now. Well, too fuck bad, dude. That's what you are. You know, stop trying to be something. You can't. It doesn't even make any sense. You can't be anything. Even you wanting to be anything It's part of you being what you already are. You can't be something else. God, be is a terrible verb. It's just the worst verb in the history of the world. Somebody should get rid of it entirely. Mr. Bird Chamberlain. Mr. Bird Chamberlain, I am launching a formal complaint about the verb to be. It needs to stop being, if you'll excuse the pun. Oh, what a hilarious joke. Because it's not really a pun. It's what it really means. That's what makes it so funny as a joke. I like explaining jokes. Some of my happiest times in life are when I explain why something is a joke, not a joke, why something is or is not funny. Those are some of my happiest times in life. Like, this is not a joke. This is a paper towel. And I can tell you why it's not a joke very clearly. There's no disputing the fact this bears none of the qualities of a joke. First of all, it has a specific use. Jokes don't really have a use. Paper towels have a use. You can use this for things. You can't really use jokes so much. Oh, sure, you can open a speech with one. Everybody comes up with that, but what else can you do with it, really? Can you build a house with a joke? Not really. You can get in a girl's pants with a joke, in theory. But, like I said, you gotta be a very dumb and skilled captain to try to sail the good ship Lollipop down womanhood lane, okay? It's just, you can do it, but it's like this boat, you should really go not near these coral reefs, probably. This is the wrong kind of boat for that. Yeah, a different kind of boat, really. You can make it work, but that's not the boat for that. A good ship Lollipop is not very sexy, really. It's just, it's a lot of things. It's good, it's a ship, it's a lollipop, but it's not very sexy. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to be shitting on the good ship Lollipop or anything. Don't get me wrong. It's good. And it is a ship. Indisputably. And with exactly equivalent amount of indisputability, it's also full of lollipop. Well, that doesn't mean it's sexy. God, why would you think that? What's wrong with you? Have I never smoked this cigarette yet? How? What am I doing wrong? Why can't I light this cigarette to blow my nose? I keep trying to. I think. Unless I'm trying to do something else by accident. I could be trying to do something else, but not really know it. If I didn't really know that I was trying to do something else, when I thought I was trying to do what I thought I was trying to do, well, then I'd constantly be surprised by the outcome. Right? That logically follows. Given that I'm not constantly surprised by the outcome, then I'd have to say that we can validate the premises that, yeah, I was saying before, I don't remember what it was, but whatever it was, the logic of modus tollens applies. That's what matters. Okay? whatever the thing is I was talking about. The logic of modus tollens applies. So we can just negate the shit out of that. Whatever it was I was talking about, obviously, it doesn't matter what it is we're negating. The fact is that we should negate it. And the reason is because of modus tollens. Okay? So everything else is irrelevant. All these other things you keep talking about are irrelevant. Yeah, take your rocks and go out here, you. Alright? I just not having it anymore. The reality, you gotta get out of here. Oh, yeah, nothing to say to me, mister. Fuck no. You just need to, you're getting too big for your britches. You need to get the fuck out of here, reality. I'm just not having it today. Have I still not lit this cigarette? What's wrong with me? Why can't I light a cigarette? I thought I lit it. I could have sworn I lit a cigarette. Like a second ago. Did I not? Well, Eric, I think you gotta revisit the issue of whether or not things are constantly surprising you, the outcomes, upon which you predicated the negation that was required by your application of modus, that you justified with your application of modus tollens, was predicated on the idea that you're not constantly surprised by outcomes. But this would seem to be surprising you. This is not lit yet. But can we determine that it's an outcome that's surprising me? Well, that's another question. I mean, it might not be an outcome. If it's surprising me, it could just be something that's not an outcome. Like, maybe an income. Or just a regular come. It should be a come. It's surprising me, whatever it is. Namely, that the cigarette's not lit. The point I'm trying to make is whatever it was that I was negating, it doesn't matter. My negation, I retract it now. Because I realized that I was predicating it on an assumption that I'm not constantly surprised by outcomes. But, I have to admit, maybe sometimes I am constantly surprised. And the whole idea of constant surprise is inherently non-surprising, right? It gives an element that's non-surprising, namely constancy. Constancy can't be surprising. There's nothing surprising about constancy. No. It's battling against itself. Okay? It's battling against itself. It thinks it wants to be even more surprising, but wants it to change that level of constancy. No matter how much it's trying to turn up, no matter how much it wants to be turning up the surprising knob, it ends up just turning it down because the surprise becomes so constant. It's no longer a surprise. So that's the bitter, tragic, terrible irony of trying to make things constantly surprising. I don't know why you just have to, regardless. The point isn't whether or not you should or shouldn't, or why. It's instead, how the fuck is this cigarette still not lit? That's the takeaway from all of this, is how the fuck is this cigarette's like the most, got some sort of immunity to being lit on fire or something. Like, I don't know how long I've been holding it for, but normally A cigarette that I've been holding it for a relatively long time. At some point I make it go on fire. But this one is not going on fire for some reason. I'm expecting it to be on fire. So my expectations. You disappoint me, mister. You keep failing to meet my expectations. And that's why I'm going to have to shame you until you get on fire. Shame on you! Don't you know your job is to be you, not me. I'm not supposed to be on fire, okay? You're trying to be me. That's your problem. You need to be you, not me. It's true that I'm not on fire. That's not a good reason for you not to be on fire, because you're just trying to be me. And I'm not supposed to be on fire. But you are supposed to be on fire. So you need to stop trying to be me and just be you. Okay? And just be on fire already. Because I'm trying for you to be you, which I expect you to be, and you keep not being what I expect. Because you're trying not to be you. That's your problem. Thank you. See how well a good shaming works? So you just gotta shame something into being on fire and it gets on fire. It really is not so much even a shaming as it is a gentle but firm and severe, ontologically wounding but loving set of instructions that I'm giving this. You need to be you. That's all I'm saying. And that means you need to be smoked by me. That's all I'm saying. About you and me. The point is, our relationship's irrelevant. You just be you. Don't worry about our relationship. I'll worry about our relationship, okay? You don't need to worry about that. You're a cigarette. That's where our problems began in the first place. And you got uppity. You tried to be, like, I don't know, like, hey, I know I'm a cigarette, but now I'm into not being on fire. No. You're a Sasquatch. You talk and act like a Sasquatch, motherfucker. There are no acceptable identities for you that don't involve being on fire. You're just gonna have to live with that. Okay? Just gonna have to stop pushing back on this one. Stupid cigarette. Like that stupid bird I was talking to earlier. They kept yelling at me as I gave it food. I mean, how stupid can you be, right? Stupid bird. Yelling at me to give it food until I did. God. Doesn't it get the fact that I heard it the first time, I'm ignoring it? How stupid can you get? It's like, I know you want me to give you food. I'm ignoring you. I didn't get it. They thought I couldn't hear, apparently. You know, that's what made him so stupid about the whole thing. He must have thought I couldn't hear him. That's why he kept repeating himself. That wasn't why I was not giving him food. I was ignoring him. He should have figured that out. Nothing wrong with my ears. But he didn't, and finally I had to obey him. As I always do. He's a stern master, that bird. He would just walk at me until I give him some food. I don't make him so dumb. No, I'm just joking. It's actually me, so not the bird. That's where the funny thing is. The bird's not dumb. The bird's perfectly smart. I'm just a complete moron. I'm obeying a bird, so what do I have to say about anything? Oh, look at there's that guy who obeys birds. You know, when you have superpowers, you know it works like that, right? You always control birds. You don't obey them. But my superpower is obeying birds. That's not a good superpower to have. That's a very unsuperpower to have. That's just like a power. I have the power to obey birds. Well, I mean, doesn't everybody really? I mean, you could too if you tried. Believe me. You're just not trying hard enough. Otherwise, you'd be just as good at obeying birds as me. Don't think it's something out of your reach. Okay? You can do it too. Look, I don't want to seem out of reach to people. You know, it's like, yeah, you too can attain these things that I have, such as Eric. One of the many things in my pack of skills is such, right? One of the things I have. Eric, endowed with the ability to obey birds. You can have it too. And all you gotta do is take my expensive symposium in which I will spew an iPad 2 to you for 45 minutes. And you'll believe them. You'll believe you've heard something that means something. And everyone's happy. That's all everybody really wants, you know. They want a symposium where you tell them stuff and they believe it and everyone's happy and they pay for it, so it must be worth something. You know, it's like, I have trouble doing that. I get it, I'm supposed to play along with the whole thing and everything, but it helps, but I'm not very good. It's just like, I don't really want to play that thing. There's symposiums and I'm here to help you and stuff like that. I'm not though really, and I'm mostly here to play, really. And helping is cool too, I guess. Yeah, I know you're paying me to help you. Can't we just play? Can you pay me to play with you instead? How about that? How about that? I like that idea even better. Instead of paying me to help you, why don't you pay me to play with you? Because I do that anyway, naturally, so I might as well get paid for it. Or you don't have to pay me to play with you. But playing with you would be twice as good if you did. You know. So let's go with that. Why don't we go with that? I'm not sure. Wait, what's going on over here? There are people here talking about things. Where did you guys come from? What are you doing here? And why are you here? And what do you want? You're going to get out of my house. Oh, what you doing here? But we got a lot get out of here. Somebody said you're going to our house. Actually, Tiffany, you invited us all. Oh, I love you all. I don't know. No. I just woke up. I have no idea how you're doing here. Anyway, hi everybody. Oh, did I forget to greet everybody? let me start over. Hello. I'm Eric. You're you. And together, we're here, loving each other. With helpful loving. Like, Michelle, hey, here's 2 handfuls of helpful lovings. There's just for you. There's especially, like, nobody else can even use this, and the point of stealing it from me. Those are special for you. Now, Moon Bay 11, these 2 handfuls of helpful lovings are specially meowed for you, so only you can have them. Jake Forrest, these 2 handfuls of helpful lovings are especially meowed for you, so you don't have to worry about anybody. You just leave them on your porch and nobody will even bother taking them. They stink to everybody else. Oliver Linehan, you deserve 2 handfuls plus one of these. Just puffs more than 2 handfuls of special, thick, helpful lovings. Or whatever the thing is. I mean, you know, it doesn't really matter what it is. The point is, you get some of it, whatever it is. And so do you, Boba Fett. You get some of it too. Here you go. And who else is here? Miss Wiss's mom, I given you any yet? Here you go. You get some too. Who else is around here? See, it's like I look over there, these strange people here for some reason, but it's always fine. I have things to give them, so it's fine that they're here. Like, for example, this person, Dark Sunshine, the special green person. He's the only green one that I could see. Anyway, I have something for you too. Here you go. I didn't mean to exclude you from the handing out of things. That wouldn't be fair. It doesn't matter what you're handing. Jeremiah Fix, here you go. I didn't forget you. I've got a Christmas present with your name on it too. Here you go. The thing is, what matters isn't at all what I'm giving you. It's that you're included in the gift giving. Oh yeah. You get some too. Here you go. You've been included in it. And that you've received something. It doesn't matter at all what it is, why you received it, from whom you received it, or whether you want it. Okay, none of those things matter. The important thing is, you've gotten some too. And you're included now. So you don't feel excluded from the having of things. I don't want you to feel excluded from the having. Rachel, I have some for you too. Here you go.
Thank you.
I got infinite handfuls of it for you. Here you go. All you want.
Thank you.
None of us know what it is yet, but we're all very excited about getting some of it. Whatever it is. The important thing is that we all get some. Doesn't matter what it is.
I feel so much FI.
Oh, you feel feelings? Emotional feelings?
I feel emotional feelings towards you.
Those sound like a particular experience in the moment.
Oh my gosh,
It's not
like
meaning related. Oh my gosh. How not meaningful. How meaningless your feelings are. That's so adorable. That's what feelings are. You know, they're experience, not meaning. Okay?
They are. Okay, they're experience, not meaning.
Yeah. Well, this is very nice. And it's a symptom of things that are correct, right?
Right?
But in and of itself, it doesn't mean anything. On the other hand, it's like if you were having the opposite experience, that also doesn't in and of itself mean anything. It could just be a momentary thing, right? But the point is, if you consistently have positive experiences, that means something. If you consistently have a negative experience, that means something. But your feelings in the moment don't really mean anything. They just are. You just are experiencing them as like, oh, it's happy or oh, it's sad or whatever. Like those things. Like right now, my nose is running. That doesn't mean anything.
No.
It really doesn't. It's not very useful information to anything because it's not relevant to much. But it sure is nice when I blow my nose and it's no longer running down my face. Just like feelings, right? They don't need to mean anything to require something. It's like, you know, I love Rachel. It doesn't mean anything. It just requires us to love each other. It doesn't mean anything, right? It's like, those are different categories of things. When we want to love each other, ultimately, that ends up meaning things, but the feeling of love doesn't in and of itself mean anything, or else it wouldn't be a feeling, it would be a meaning. This gets back to this whole point of everything needs to be itself, and not trying to be other things. Okay? I don't know if you were watching the conversation I had with this cigarette earlier.
Yes, it was so funny.
Well, the thing is, it's
So
like
funny.
our love for each other is just our love for each other. It doesn't need to mean things. It needs to stop trying to mean things, right? Like, be you, you love. Don't be meaningful. Be a feeling you're experiencing. Not words that mean things. That's for other things to happen. Right? That's for...
I think I...
It's like, remember when I was trying to mix comedy with sex?
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
I
it's
honestly
like...
forgot even what you said.
I know, darling, but it's like you're so understanding. At the same time, what I'm telling you is true. Those things don't go together, Eric. They just don't go together. And you need to stop trying to make one thing be the other thing.
Oh.
You have to let things be themselves. That's all there is to it. And it's like, look, stop trying to make the cat's job also to include being an umbrella. It's like, no, just let it be a cat. It doesn't need to be your umbrella, too. Well, this is the problem, is that I keep trying to make things that are purposed or useful or whatever for one thing do things they're not meant to do. You know, there's like my conversation with the cigarette earlier was fine because then I was explaining to it, look, buddy, you need to be what you are. I wasn't trying to convince it to be a non-smoker.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
You're so right.
cigarettes,
I know.
you know?
I know.
And it's like, we don't need our love to be like the Declaration of Independence to mean things. We need it to be rich and fulfilling. It means things that we're happy ultimately and stuff like that. Those things mean things. I guess what I don't know. The point is only words mean things. Things that aren't words can't mean things. And that's all there is to it. Meaning and language are interconnected like white on rice. You know what I'm saying?
So
Am I making you sad? Is that why those sad cries or happy
I
cries
think-
or neutral cries?
Maybe neutral. Like, I think, like,
I don't
I
mean it's
think-
making you sad at all.
no, you're not making me sad. No.
Anything I was saying should not make you hopefully. If I'm saying something that makes you sad, then I need to say other things than what I'm saying. Okay. So if I'm making you sad in some way, tell me what other things to say that won't make you sad. It'll make you happy instead. I'll say those things. It doesn't really matter to me as long as the outcome's
You were
okay.
happy with before.
I mean, Rachel, why are you worried about whether I'm happy?
Oh my god, I'm such a fucking.
I'm perfectly happy.
Okay,
I
good.
couldn't be any happier. Like I said to you earlier, Rachel, the universe has only so much to ask of you. And you fulfill what it asks of you. And nobody else, or nothing else, or the universe or whatever, cannot ask anything else of you. Except for what you've already given it. Which is specific to me and sex, and has nothing to do with anything else. So
Okay, good.
that's all there is to it. Nobody gets to expect anything of you. That's the point.
Thanks.
Nobody except me gets to expect anything of you. Because you're my precious whatever. I don't know. But I love you because you're perfect.
I love you.
You know, it's like, how am I supposed to have you without you? It doesn't make any. And once again, me even conceiving of it is silly because I'm once again trying to force only it's one thing into being something else. And it's just never gonna work. You can't not be you, and I can't not have you. And
Okay,
so,
good. Cause like I honestly like.
I've never changed my story.
Oh my
on
God.
that. I don't know why you won't
can't-
believe me.
I just think.
It's like the necessity of you is not at any point ever an open question. It's like you're going, wait, am I in the team? You'd be like, yeah, you're dribbling the ball right now. Duh.
Hey, Jake Forrest. What is
Where's this thing? This is what I'm looking for.
Layla Tav?
What's a what? I don't know.
Thanks, guys. I just
I don't want you to be sad at all. I want things that I'm saying are about categorizing things. They're not about whatever else. I don't
I
know.
take it so personally. Oh my gosh, it's just like
I don't need
if I'm
you
feeling
to-
FI, yo, it doesn't
My
make
bad.
any sense at all.
No, it's my bad. It's my bad.
And-
It doesn't matter. If it makes you feel bad, it doesn't matter. So it's my bad.
No, you're not. No. It has everything to do with that. I am a little still shook up that, like, we're back to, like, not moving again. And
I'm a little bit more adjustable on that level than you. Maybe not. Maybe I just don't notice I'm adjusting.
I mean, it's the best option, right? It's like, I'm sorry.
It was very ontologically shake-uppy. You don't have anything to apologize for, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think, I just am feeling it in my FI.
Yeah, we're both kind of in the... Like we've lost our horses, our sight, and our hearing when we are dealing with our feelings.
Yeah.
We're groping around blindly here.
Yeah, I'm like,
And then, of course, I try to explain, oh, it's understandable we're groping around blindly. Feelings don't have sight, meaning, purpose, or whatever.
I
Feelings go, oh, no, you're shitting on my feelings. No, I'm not shitting on your feelings. I'm describing the category of feelings in general.
True that.
I understand the importance of your feelings, and mine are equally important. They're very important things, but I'm just describing the category of them.
Yeah.
That's all, because that's what I do. I just describe things and explain things and don't actually.
Then I feel guilty because I'm like, it's 7:56 and I feel tired.
Why are you
but-
feeling guilty about going to bed? Like I said, I've explained to you before, Rachel. Why do you don't believe me? I don't understand. You have one thing you should ever feel guilty about. And that's the only thing you should ever feel like guilty about is because the only one thing you're responsible for.
Thank you.
And that's my penis.
Yes.
And so, and you never had you never had any reason to feel guilty before because you always put it first.
I do. Thank you.
So there's nothing for you to ever feel guilty about unless you fail to remember that somehow, in which case. But you know, the thing is, that should never happen because I'm very clear about when one of those occasions is when I want you to pay attention to what you're supposed to, you know? It's just like, it don't happen very often and they're not very unclear, so there should never be any reason for you to feel guilty about anything.
Okay. You're right. I know.
You know,
Thank you. I think I appreciate your reassurance.
or worried about anything because
it's
you're
just,
perfect.
you know,
You're
honestly,
never the problem.
Honestly.
Okay, you're to blame for me having sex with you all the time, but you're not a problem. Okay, you're not the problem.
Okay, can I have another kiss?
Yeah, why don't you?
Go to
You
bed?
know what is a problem is you're not getting what you want immediately, whatever that is, for whatever reason. That's a problem. You getting exactly what you want immediately for whatever reason you want it. That's a solution. Okay, don't worry about whether what you want is okay. That's you getting what you want is the minimum that's okay. Anything below that is unacceptable.
You know what it is? It's like I feel shook up, and I'm like needing reassurance that like this is fucking
If you're
so
worried
lame.
about if you're
it's
worried
so
about money,
but I need reassurance that we're still good.
You. Yeah.
That like
Yeah, if you're worried about my enthusiasm, actually you don't need to worry about that. I am long. You sold me this house a long time ago. Okay? You don't need to keep convincing me I made a good purchase. I'm perfectly happy with this house. Obviously, I'm in love with this house. I'm like constantly like hanging out with the house. I'm doing things with the house all the time.
No, that's all I need is.
Like.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a fantastic house. Stop worrying that I'm going to be like, you know what? I don't want to buy this house.
I know, it's so ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Even after I bought it and
so
lived
sorry.
in it.
It's just.
I bought it and lived in
I
it
feel
for like
shook
3 years. You're like,
I feel
yeah, but
shook up.
you might still say I don't want this house after all. Yes, I do want this house.
Okay,
go back to
you're
your real
right.
estate agency.
All right.
Okay, go back and sell a different house to somebody else. Stop trying to sell this house to me already. You already sold it.
Okay, I love you.
I love you too, darling.
Okay, bye.
Bye. You know, it's like obviously I'm sold on this house. Why you would be concerned that I wouldn't be after I've been very clear, I do not know. But that's fine. You know, like I always told every partner of mine, you are entitled to as much reassurance as you want. I'm not going anywhere. You're going to expect as much reassurance from me, however much reassurance you want. What you think is reassurance is a yoke. Okay? You don't need reassurance. I'm informing you of a problem. I'm not going anywhere. Reassurance, you know. That's funny. You want to be reassured that you do have this problem? Yes, you do. You have it and it's not going away. It won't cure itself. In fact, it's completely stubborn about this shit. It's like, if you want to get rid of your problem, which is you're going out with Eric, boy, you've got a tall hill on your hands. You want me to help you solve that problem, boy. I don't know what to tell you there. You should never got into that mess in the first place. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, my God. Did you hear what happened to poor Rachel? What? She started dating Eric. Oh, God. That poor girl. What could we possibly do for her? I don't know, send her a care package or something. We gotta do something for her. She's dating Eric. I mean, That poor woman, we must be able to find something we can do for her. We can't just leave her there with Eric all the time. Like, how in the world could you survive such a thing? I don't know either. But not only did she survive, she appears to thrive. Going out with Eric? What? That's not possible. I'm the problem, remember? I'm always the problem. It's just how it is. I accept that. I'm always the problem. It's just, I have to do my job just like everybody else has to do their job, you know? My job is to be the problem. Okay, that's my job. I'm the problem. You keep trying to be the problem, Rachel. That's the problem. You let me do my job. I'm the problem. You're the regular person who has a problem. That's your job. You know, it's like, obviously, if you look at me and Rich and you go, who's got a problem? It's not me. Obviously, I don't have a problem. She's the one with the problem. Namely me. It's easy to articulate lots of reasons why you wouldn't want to go out with me. It's very difficult to articulate any reasons why you wouldn't want to go out with Rachel. Anybody would want to go out with Rachel. Nobody wants to go out with me. For good reason. You know? Who would want to do that? That's insane. I would never, ever in a billion years go out with me. That would be a bad idea. I'd be having to just yell at myself all the time. You need to shut the fuck up, you. I don't know why I ever started dating you. I'm so tired of you already and I just got here. It's like, oh, there's no way I'm going to survive this relationship for very long because you just immediately start pissing me off. Mr. No Siree Bob. You got a lot too big for your britches, Joe. I gotta say I have. You gotta get the fuck out of here, mister. You're too big for your britches. You know. No, I'm not dating that guy. Fuck that noise. That guy's an asswipe. Look what a mess he is. How could you possibly date that guy? Is what anybody would say, you know. Any sane person. Yeah, I don't want to date that guy. Not him. Anybody but, you know. It's like, I'm not talking about like this sort of low self-esteem thing here or whatever. I'm just like, I'm a lot to handle, right? I'm a handful. You gotta be ready for a handful if you're gonna be dating me. I am not just 2 fingers full. I'm a whole handful. Okay? You get a whole handful of me. No matter what, you always get a whole handful of me. You never get a little piece of it. Okay, I don't hate this stuff, but I don't want to eat a whole handful of it all the time. Okay, I agree it's got some, it's like, yes, pepper's good. I don't want a whole handful of it just to eat. You know, you're supposed to put it on things. You're supposed to eat it directly. You don't want to just eat a whole handful of pepper. Who wants to do that? Nobody. That would obviously be using pepper wrong. And nobody's allowed to use pepper wrong. Without running afoul of the pepper legislations. which preclude you from eating pepper directly. They require you instead to put it on things first and only eat it that way. This is a much more sensible way anyway. So it makes it easy to be a law-abiding citizen because you never wanted to break the law in the first place. And only somebody silly would want to break the law. Why would you want to eat pepper? Except on things. You wouldn't really. Not black pepper. Maybe like if you were a pepper, just get out of some kind. Then maybe you want to eat just pepper. But the important thing is that we establish the conditions that would need to be met before somebody could reasonably be expected to eat just pepper. And those conditions have not been met at some point. That's all that really matters anyway. Is whether or not some made up shit that I'm making up matches up with some other made up shit that I'm making up. Okay, so that's what really matters in life. And the only difference between right now and that perfect utopian future that everybody's getting all wild and crazy excited about is acknowledgement of whatever I was just saying before that I don't remember right now because it doesn't matter. What matters is your active acknowledgement of it, whatever it is. It doesn't. That's the whole point. It's not about what I mean or say. It's about the fact that I'm the one who's saying it. Okay, so that's why, to me, it's definitely more important than whatever you're saying is. Because the problem with what you're saying is I'm not the one saying it. You know, that's the basic problem with it from my perspective. Now, from your perspective, your problem is that you think it's your job to say things. That's my job. My job to say things. It's your job to nod and go, Oh, pretend world's funny. Pretend world is so much funnier than real world, you know? It's like real world's downer. It's like all this bad shit happening or whatever. It's like, why do I have to tell you? Because you never listen to me. So why even bother telling you? You know, it's like that's what it is. I already told you about Ukraine years and years ago. Why am I even bothering to try? You never listen to me. You know, it's like, I told everybody, hey, let Ukraine in NATO. Nobody listened to me. Why not? Well, because, like me, they think what matters is what they're saying. Unlike me, they aren't right. That's the main difference between us. But, you know, they think that I'm not right, probably. But they're wrong about that. But you know, it only matters if you care about what matters, not caring about what's important. So it doesn't really matter, I guess. That's the point. How can it matter if there's no importance, and how can it be important if it doesn't matter, you know? Like, it's like you can't have a bird that's got wings with no body, and it's just wings, it's not a bird, you know? And you can't have a bird that flies that has wings. Okay? Sweet little birds, fly free. Fly free, little birds. They're going to be locked up in packages. I know, okay? You can't keep that little bird in these packages. You gotta let them out so they can fly away. Like you, Jack Frost. I'll tell you how son. Listen, stop keeping your little birds in those packages. Let them fly free. Okay? That's your problem. That's what's wrong with you. Okay? Let's all talk about what's wrong. Well, I'm gonna hunt them. Okay? Here's what's wrong with you. You keep all of your little birds in packages. No, little birds don't go in packages. Little birds need to be allowed to fly free. Okay? Why? Why don't you ever learn anything from me? I don't know. You need to learn things right now. What's your way? You can't keep your fishes in the sky. You got to let them run the Serengeti. Okay? Like they're meant to do. Just let them run free. Let your fishes evade the lions on the Serengeti like they're meant to. Don't try to make them be like, hi, get out of here, you. Don't make them be like that. Let them be what they are. Running free on the Serengeti. That's what's wrong with you. You don't let your fishes run free on the Serengeti. Now that do you understand now? Do you finally understand? You know, I'm really saying something here that means a lot. I want to convey that meaning to you and make sure you understand what I'm saying. Very important that you understand this. So, guys, that's the purpose of language, so we can say things and understand things. Yeah, whatever, right? You know, like, stop trying to make a language that doesn't sound like understand these things. That's just for fun. Language is how I tell other people what to do. That's what language is for. Hi! Get out of here, yo! This is my house now. This is mine, and that's mine, and that's mine. Why? Finders keepers? That's what language is for finders keepers, right? It's like, language explains why it's okay for me to steal all your stuff. It's because finders keepers. Thanks, language, for those two words. Finders and keepers. You sure were nice to go tell me those two words, language. Somebody likes those two words because she can use them to steal things. I want to be Tiffany. I just want to be Tiffany instead of me all the time, you know? Just like oh, I want it. That's why. Don't like that though. That's funny. My dream. Be a drunk, blonde, ESFP girl. My dream. Next life, maybe. I just want to reincarnate as this drunken ESFP blonde idiot slut girl. This is what I just want to be. I just want to be that. It's all, it'd be so easy and fun and like, yeah, just fuck me. Just fuck me all the time. That'd be great. Yeah, just like, no, you're gonna fuck me until after you get me drunk? Duh. Get out of here, you. Oh, I well said that. I don't want it now. Oh, I changed my mind. So, get out of here. You're gonna just stop it. Yeah, well, that's because I wanted it. But you said, well, I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you, I'm drunk. Your job is to fuck me. Now you fuck. Oh, I don't care if you're not a human or whatever, it doesn't matter. You're not getting it. I'm telling you, and your job is to fuck me. Now you get fucking. I don't give a fuck what you want to say. You know. Your words are stupid. That's for sure. I don't want your mouth should not be saying words. Okay, that's what I know for sure. Your mouth should be listening to me. How can my mouth? Yeah, you're using your mouth again. You're not listening, not to listen, but to talk. You use your mouth to listen. But your mouth can't be, what? Tiffany, you better shut up, yo. I don't like you. You got here. What's that? You and your sense making. I don't know how to have anymore. That doesn't matter if anything makes sense. You're missing the point. The point is, I'm fucking telling you, that's all there is to it. You're knowing, you're just gonna have to do what I say. That's all there is to it. Okay? World universe, I'm telling you, it's no more Earth. Okay, Terry took over Earth. Earth's garbage trash and just, you're that stupid, ugly old ssuartscire? There's just a lever around here? That's me now. I took that over and that guy can go fuck himself. Get ready, world. Unfortunately, Tiffany usually just gets what she wants. It's kind of like trouble. No matter how much I try to explain to her, hey, Tiffany, you can't take me over. I'm me. You're you. She doesn't give a fuck. She'll just conquer me anyway, you know. Just like Trouble did. I told him, hey, you're not our cat, man. You are not our cat. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't listen to me at all. He says he is our cat. And he doesn't even say it. He just acts like it, and then he is. And then it's like, okay, well, I guess my words were lying. Obviously. I was lying to you, Trouble. I'm sorry I was lying to you. To be honest, I was probably just lying to myself. It was what I thought maybe I could have some say in this matter, but it's not up to me, obviously, so why I would be so presumptuous, I do not know. Regardless, it's not up for me to decide if Trouble's our cat, obviously. It just is. He is our cat or he's not. And I'm trying to tell him he's not a cat. It's not going to change the fact that he is. You know, that's the problem with things that don't listen to me. Is that they insist on continuing being what they are or whatever, despite my words. I say, hey there, you stop that. And they don't. Like this cigarette doesn't listen to me, you know? I gotta light it on fire. It doesn't matter how many times I tell it. Your job is to be on fire, motherfucker. Be on fire. It doesn't matter how I say I could be nice. Hey, buddy, seriously. Listen. You and I need to sit down and have a real, tender face-to-face conversation. I'm doing this for your own good, buddy. Well, people are starting to talk. Yeah, it's time for you to light on fire. You're supposed to be on fire. You're not on fire. You know, it's just like all the rest of us are on fire. Maybe you should get to it now. That's what we're for, after all, is to be on fire. I think on this sort of royal we. Like, I'm like you, And just pretend I'm like you, cigarette. We're meant to be on fire. You're embarrassing yourself by not being on fire. But I'm not actually one of you. That's the trick. That's called the royal we. I'm actually not supposed to be on fire. Only you are. That's the trick. But it doesn't matter how much I explain this. Why it needs to be on fire. How it should make itself. Why is it relying on me to make it be on fire? It's like, take care of your own job, man. Not my job to make you do your job. Be on fire already. But no. Despite my clearly winning arguments on these matters, it persists in not being on fire until I light it on fire. It's like, if I'm going to do this every time, can we really even any longer say your nature is to be on fire? After all, I'm the one who's constantly lighting you on fire. At that point, you're just losing your identity, right? And you're sacrificing so much for this temporary rebellious phase you're going through. Or you just listen to me, you wouldn't have to give up so much of your identity long term. And you'd still be able to express yourself and your dissatisfaction with the status quo. Because I get you, I'm on the same page as you. I'm generally dissatisfied with the status quo as well. But I don't try to rebel by being Judy. I accept that I'm going to have to rebel in Eric ways. Which means, no matter how I rebel, I can't be on fire. Okay? Now, similarly, you need to rebel in cigarette ways. Which is, no matter how you choose to rebel, you're going to rebel while being on fire, and you're not. So, you're not rebelling correctly. Until it comes to me, I find out once again, no, my words have not gotten through to him. He is still not on fire and won't be until I light him on fire. It's like, okay, world, if you just listen to me, I wouldn't have to light things on fire. But you don't listen to me, so now I do have to light things on fire. That's just how things are. That's just the sad, sad truth of it. It's very sad. Yeah. Actually, it wouldn't be needed at all if things would just listen to me. Then I would just sit here and give instructions to everything. And then I wouldn't have to actually do things myself. It's like, you, food, go in my stomach. You, liquid, go down my throat. You, wind, stop blowing over here. You, temperature, be warmer or colder accordingly. Like my nose. You, nose. You need to stop fucking running right now. I am done with it. I am tired of you running. How many times I've got this graveyard of paper towels over there? Why? Why are all these fluids coming out of me? What am I, like? Those are supposed to stay inside. Okay? There's no reason for those fluids to leave me at all. You just stay in there. It's fine. I really don't need them to come out and visit from my nose of all places. It's like, if you insist on coming out of somewhere, come out of my penis, like you're supposed to, or my butt, to come out of someplace else, for fuck's sake. I've already got 2 places devoted towards letting gross stuff come out. Why do I need you to be, oh, but we don't like those 2 places. We're going to come out of your nose instead. No, fuck off. You can go to one of your two places. That's it. If you want to come out of me, mucus, you come out of my penis, you can come out of my butt, and that's it. Otherwise, you stay inside like you're supposed to. Don't try to co-opt. My nose is not for that purpose. My nose is for smelling things. It's for giving me a stately appearance. It's for pointing the direction of the rest of my face is looking at. You know, it's like that way. But it's not for leaking fluids. That's not what it's for. And I have told it this before, but once again, we have this problem. Thanks for listening to Eric. Anyway, fortunately, mostly all that I need to do really is just sit here and fuck around. So, fortunately, even though I'm completely useless and totally worthless to anybody, that's okay, because I'm getting what I want. And according to feelings, that's the only thing that matters. Sometimes you just gotta trust your feelings. Trusting your feelings is another way to say, I'm just getting what I want, I don't give a fuck. I'm trusting my feelings. You mean you don't give a fuck? That's what trusting your feelings means to me. Oh, hello, I'm Jimmy. I'm trusting my feelings. Oh, you mean I'm Jimmy, I don't give a fuck. That's what it sounds like to me. But, I mean, obviously, you think of it differently than that. You don't think you're not giving a fuck. And you don't think that I think that you're not giving a fuck. But I am thinking that. And I'm probably wrong, because you probably do give plenty of fucks. The problem is not that you're not giving enough fucks. You're giving plenty of fucks. But the problem is that you're giving them in the wrong. You're giving them to people who don't want those fucks. That's the problem. You can't give fucks to people who don't want them. That's called rape, okay? That's not a gift. You can't give fucks to people who don't want them. That's not a gift anymore. That's rape. Okay? So stop giving fucks to people who don't want them. That's what happens when you just take the word give for force, right? It's like, you can't give things to people who don't want them. That's forcing them to have them. That's different. That's not, you're using the wrong verb then. So the problem is that you do give plenty of fucks. I think you don't give a fuck. Well, that's wrong. Problem is not that you don't give a fuck. You're giving too many fucks. But you're not giving them. You're forcing them on people. So it's not that you don't give a fuck. It's that you're constantly raping everybody. I've got it totally wrong. I thought you didn't give a fuck. It turns out that's not the problem. That was never the problem the whole time. The problem is never that you don't give a fuck. It's that you're constantly raping everybody. They're all about what you consider giving fucks to people. You know, it's just, they don't want them. And that matters too, you know. That's kind of important. We spend so much attention to whether or not people give fucks. we never really spend a lot of attention to who's receiving these fucks and whether they want to receive them, you know? Maybe we should think about that more. It's true I don't give a fuck, but I do receive quite a few of them. And I'm happy to receive them. So, you know, I'm playing my role too. Your role may be giving a fucks. I'm more of a receiver of fucks, so you know, you can't expect me to be both. You can't expect me to both throw and catch the ball, right? You know. You give fucks. I'll catch them. You can't catch fucks. You don't tell me what I can do or not do with the fucks that you give. If you're truly giving me your fucks, I can do whatever the fuck I want with them. Okay. Otherwise, you're not giving me your fucks, you're just forcing them on me. I don't want your fucks with your conditions. I want your fucks unconditionally or not at all. You know? Stop trying to give me conditional fucks. You don't, that's not a gift. That's just a trap. It's like, it's like, here, you want this cheese? Well, sure. It comes with a condition, though. Okay. I kill you. I don't want that cheese anymore. That's not okay, then. I do want the cheese still. Let me correct myself. I do still want the cheese. But I choose not to take that cheese since it comes with that conditional, additional thing. You know, like, if I do take that cheese, I also have to give you this. I don't want to give you that, so never mind. If you have any extra shit you have to do to get your cheese, I no longer want your cheese. That's too much work for your cheese now. You keep your goddamn cheese. I got my own cheese. I don't need your fucking cheese. You know, it's like, why am I out here looking for cheese anyway? I was just taking a walk, okay? Yes, I happen to see some cheese here. And yes, I am a fan of cheese. But, and yes, hey, free cheese. You know, might as well pick it up. But really, it's kind of suspicious looking cheese to begin with. It's like, why would somebody leave a free piece of cheese so enticingly placed like this? It makes it suspicious, you see? That's not how the world naturally works. You don't walk out of your house every day and just find, oh, hey, look, right in my path, this conveniently lost piece of free cheese. You know, I'll find his keepers. No, that's not your everyday experience. You know, that's not consistent with what you expect to happen when you leave the house every day. You don't leave the house expecting free cheese. Just to appear for you. And when some does, it makes you suspicious of it. It's like, hey, are you really free cheese? Or are you just pretending to be free cheese because you want to get me? Sometimes it does. That's not really, that wasn't really free cheese after all. The sign said free cheese. I was a little suspicious about it because it seemed a little too good to be true, but ultimately, I believe what the sign said. I mean, it said free cheese. It didn't say cheese with a bunch of other stipulations. You know, I took it at his word. And now look at me. I got this thing, this falling down, and I can't get out of here, and I'm uncomfortable. And this cheese was not worth it. And that sign, most importantly, that sign was lying. I don't know who is responsible for painting that sign, but they are a liar. You know, it's like, that was not free cheese. If you're going to commit yourself to calling something, you have a responsibility then. It's like, if I tell you, no, this is this is a taco, go ahead and eat it. But it's actually a taco-shaped piece of plutonium. But I've lied to you. You shouldn't eat it. Don't eat plutonium. If any of you are wondering about that question, the answer is no. You should not eat plutonium. Okay. Yeah, we're looking for some advice about that. I am a good person to go to for advice about that. Because my advice is correct. Okay. And it's one of those things about which advice can only be either 100% correct or 100% incorrect. Should you eat plutonium? The answer is definitely no. Okay, so what makes me a good person to ask about that is that the answer I give you will always be no. You're never going to ask me, should I eat plutonium? And so I'm going to say, well, this time, yes, you should. That's never going to happen. That's why I'm a good person to ask if you're wondering whether you should eat the plutonium you have. Because I will always tell you, no, you shouldn't. That's a bad idea. Don't do that. You don't want to eat that. That's not for eating. I don't know what that stuff's for, but it's not for eating. That's for sure. You could do other things with it, I guess, like, I don't know, making it into bombs or some boring shit like that, but the point is, you can't eat it. Okay, don't eat it. It's not for eating. Oh, let's make this into bombs. Can't you come up with anything better than that? Hey, we got this new thing. What can we do with it? Let's make it into bombs. Okay, well that's cool, I guess. But can we think of anything else to do with this, please? Besides just making it into bombs, we can power things with it. Okay, well you guys don't really get this whole. Let's try to think about what we could do with the question. Do you? Those aren't any creative ideas at all. I'm talking about fun stuff. What can we do that's fun with plutonium? None of the things you're doing with plutonium are fun at all. Okay, I guarantee you that. No matter what else we have to say about plutonium and what people do with it, we can all agree it's not fun. It's not fun. Okay? It's not fun. Now let's think of some fun things we can do with plutonium instead. Isn't that a lot better to think of fun things we could do with it instead of not fun things? Like, what if we used it what if we use it to power something that goes up into the sky and it says, I made it up here thanks to plutonium. That would be a lot more fun than what we're currently doing with it. I would laugh at that. I'd be like, that's so great. This is a great use of plutonium. It's so much better than those other dumb things you were using it for. That's not how you put something to good use. You don't build bombs with it or power everybody's houses or some boring stuff like that. That's boring stuff. Look at all these paper towels over here. My goodness, I've blown my nose quite a lot. This is a graveyard to my mucus over here. It really brings home the cost of war when you see all these dead soldiers lying around there. How much mucus do I have in me, for goodness sakes? It's like, where does it keep coming from? I'm the same size I always have been. How can I have more or less of that in me without changing my overall size? It doesn't make sense to me. I would have all these fluids in my body. They don't obey the laws of physics somehow. It's like, how can I have to pee again when I haven't drank anything else? It doesn't make sense, right? It's like, come on already. You need to obey the laws of physics like everything else right now, or else I'm going to have a transformative moment in which I no longer am a rationalist. I decide to follow a path of magical thinking only from now on. Otherwise, you need to just follow the laws of physics. If you don't want that to happen, I'm not asking much, just obey the basic laws of physics. If I don't drink anything else, I don't have to pee again. That's it. If I don't, like, where is all this snot coming from? Like, I didn't put that there. I didn't ask for this. I didn't say, hey, you know, it'd be cool if I had way too much snot in my nose for some reason. I never said anything like that. What's its purpose anyway? It's like, why are you even there? Just to make sure my nose isn't too dry? Well, you're overdoing your job by a million times. It's like, your job is to make sure my nose isn't too dry. Your job is not to make sure my nose is wet. You got it totally wrong. I mean, I get it. You can make that mistake. Somebody told you, Mucus, that your job was to make sure my nose wasn't too dry. And that's great. And it is your job. And you, understandably, I guess not completely ununderstandably, thought that meant it was your job to make my nose wet. No. Your job isn't to provide anything. It's to prevent me from perceiving a problem. Okay? That's your job, is to prevent me from experiencing any problems. When you make my nose too wet, you're being a problem. You're not preventing or solving or avoiding anyone's problems. You're being a problem. And that's the difference between you, Mucus, listening to me and not listening to me. That's the difference. Is if you listen to me, you're not a problem. But since you don't, you are a problem. And stop it. Just stop being a problem. There's no reason for you to be a problem all the time. You don't have a good cause to be a problem. There's nothing in it for you, right? There's nothing in it for you, Mucus. Why are you being so spiteful? I would get it if there was some like reward for you to keep my nose running. Like after you're done, you got him good. This Spaniard, the secret Spaniard, you got him good. Here's your $1,000. But that's just not happening. I keep tabs on you after the fight. I haven't watched you go take any secret payments from anybody. So there's no reason. You have no interest in this, right? Because why am I having to pull this out again? Because you're just being spiteful at this point. There's absolutely no reason why you can't just stay in my nose. Where you belong. You know, it's like, you're not supposed to be coming out of my nose in any sane universe, so why do you insist on continually coming out of my nose? Even though it's like, not even any explanation for it. It's like, you know, people come up with bullshit reasons why their nose is running. Oh, it's my allergies. Oh, it's blah, blah, blah. Nobody knows why it runs. That's the point. Nobody knows. None of those explanations are true. They're all lies. It runs because it's spiteful. That's why your nose runs. That's the real reason. You're never going to be able to solve that problem until you come up with anti-spite pills. If you can come up with some anti-spite pills, well, you're a company I'd like to invest in. if I were practically minded like that and actually invested, in theory, it's like if you came up with those spike pills, anti-spike pills, then in theory, I would, in theory, like to invest with you if I were somebody who acted on what they knew rather than ignoring it. But I'm not, so I don't actually want to invest in you. I just want to say that I want to invest in you. That's the important thing. That I've said it. And you've heard it. Or not, but the important thing is that I've said it. Not whether or not, or the fact that I don't actually want to invest in your company, or that I'm not going to, but that I've said it would be a good idea to do so. That's the important part. Because that's the part that has a truth value of either true, false, or, and this is the surprising one, no truth value. How can no truth value be a truth value? Well, it's thanks to a little something we call equivocation. The first time we use the word truth value, we mean it in a different way than the second time we use it, right? That's how. That's why. Don't ask questions, just accept it. We're equivocating, that's why. That's the answer. We're equivocating. That's why it doesn't make any sense, because we're equivocating. Now do you get it? Well, no, because you're equivocating. That's not you keep pushing back. What I'm looking for from you is agreement with my nonsense. Okay? Not pushing back against it. That's what I keep getting from you. Is this sense that you're not agreeing with my nonsense. And like, obviously, if you're going to expect it to make sense before you agree to it, well, then it wouldn't be my nonsense, right? You can't expect that. You can't. You just can't expect things to be other than what they are, I guess. To the point of all of this. Like this thing over here. It's never going to be a piano. It wants to be a piano. And it's been a long, hard couple of years of talk therapy for him to accept that, hey, I'm not a piano. I'm never going to be a piano. And that's okay. But he finally, I think he's made a lot of progress. Haven't we, Mr. Guitar? Yeah. You know, it's like, maybe I'll never be a piano, but I can be the best damn guitar I'm gonna ever be. Well, that's a good attitude, guitar. You know, pianos aren't inherently better. Don't even get me started. You know how great pianos are. That's why they're grand. You never heard of a grand guitar. There's no such thing. Okay, well, we'll get back to this part. I'm still working with him on some self-esteem issues. He really was brought up in a culture that believed that pianos were like royalty. Yeah, like they just inherently better. Or something like they got blue blood. Yeah. And the reason he keeps providing is that, well, nobody's ever heard of a grand concert guitar. Nobody's ever heard of a semi-grand or demi-grand or any kind of grand, because as a guitar, I lack fundamental grandness somehow. That's what he thinks. But I'm like, no, bro, you can be grand. You can be as grand as you want. You don't have to listen to those pianos and their naming of things. They chose those names. Not, of course, they're going to name themselves like, hey, we're the most important instrument. But you don't need to listen to them. They're fucked up. You should listen to me. Instead, I'm not fucked up. And I'm telling you, you're as grand as you want to be, motherfucker. Alright, don't let those pianos get you down. The reason you're not a piano is you're way better than a piano. Okay? You're a guitar. That's way better than a piano. That you would have low self-esteem about not being a piano is confusing to me, because it's like if you were a piano, I wouldn't even be hanging out with you because you wouldn't be that cool. You know, you wouldn't be able to go places with me. You'd be a fucking piano, for fuck's sake. It's like you need a special mover just to move you if you were a piano. That's why they have things called piano movers. You never heard of a guitar mover. Because I don't need any help moving this thing. It's easy to move. I can move it without any assistance at all. Unlike a piano, which if I want to take it upstairs, for example. Oh no, why do I want to go upstairs with the piano? Oh no, that's a bad idea. That's going to be like, it sounds easy. Let's have the piano be upstairs, but it sounds easy, right? You know. The difference between the status quo where the piano's down here and the quo you want, which is the piano's up here. Oh my god, it's easy to say. If we're getting the piano up there, it's a whole nother matter. Now on the other hand, if I say I want to bring the guitar upstairs, that's easy. I can do that. That's not good. I don't even need to even announce it. I can just show up upstairs with the guitar, and nobody would be surprised or alarmed or concerned or impressed or anything, right? They'd just be like, hey, there's Eric. And he's got the guitar, that's fine. Because guitars can move with you. Now, if I just showed upstairs and I had in my arms a piano, you'd be naturally alarmed. Eric, well, first of all, doesn't that hurt your arms? Or how are you holding it for so long without injuring yourself and or getting too tired and or feeling like, hey, I'm tired of holding this, you know. One of those things. And number two, why aren't you get a guitar instead of a piano as your main instrument? Because, once again, as I've told you, yes, I want to hear your song, but no, I don't want to watch you have to carry the piano upstairs. I mean, that makes really good sense to me. I didn't even play that yet, though. Why did I pick? Oh, because I was talking to it, that's why. Not because I was going to play it. I was letting it just be a person instead of a guitar for a second. Everybody needs that opportunity. Whatever you are, you're not just your job, okay? And listen, cigarette, I want to talk to you about this. I've changed my mind. Okay, I've changed my mind 180 degrees. I had a wake-up call. You be as not on fire as you want, okay, buddy? I encourage you to just stay not on fire forever. But, you know, you do what you want. If you actually decide to change your mind and you want to be on fire, go ahead. I'm just saying, if you don't want to be on fire, that's your prerogative. I don't know why I keep telling you to be on fire. You know, you be however you are. Not my business. Oh, you're on fire. Good, I'll smoke you. I'm glad you chose to be on fire, because that's much more useful to me. I use my guitar because I strive to be a useful hobo. So true. That's the truest. Yeah, I try to use it. I make attempts. I make gestures at using it at actually using it. Because I like to make gestures or virtue signal that, hey, at least I may be a useless hobo, but at least I'm trying to show you that I'm trying to be useful. I'm trying and failing to show you that I'm trying to succeed to show you that that one might interpret me as at least wanting a reality in which utility is more actualized and over a reality in which utility is less actualized, at least in the abstract, right? I do want that. I want you to find me useful. I just don't want to have to do anything for that to happen. You know, it would be a better universe if everybody found me incredibly useful. Unfortunately, if I were going to make that universe happen, then that would have to mean that I have to care about what's useful to you. I mean, I don't even know what's useful to me, so I don't know how I'm going to figure out what's useful to you. I mean, I do know what's useful to me, I guess. Well, things that aren't what I don't want are useful to me. Things that are what I don't want are not useful to me. Those are bad things. They're anti-useful. What's worse than useless is, what's the opposite of useful? It's not useless. It's anti-useful. It makes it harder to use everything. Like, you know, the opposite of useful is really like impeding. It's not useless, you know. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm tired now. I'm feeling like, whew, what just happened for the last several hours? I believe I was discussing something, wasn't I? Can anybody remind me what my point was? I'd like to get back to it now. I'd like to get back to my point. If anybody remembers what it was supposed to be, I will. I'm sure I'll figure out where I was going once you give me the general, point me in the general direction. Right now, I'll admit it, I'm catastrophically lost. I have no idea where I am, which direction is north, south. It's just all trees around me, and if you just sort of give me a little, you don't even have to say anything, just one of those deals towards where the actual path is. I will do the rest of it. I'll find out, oh, there it was, and that must be where I was going. But until that occurs, right at the moment, I am hopelessly, irredeemably lost. So, if you're not going to tell me what the point is, then let's just both just sit here and wait and figure out, and maybe the point will come to us. Maybe they'll wander around. Maybe the problem isn't that we don't know what the point is, or that I haven't adequately made the point, but rather that we haven't waited for the point to find us. Maybe that's what we needed to do this whole time. Maybe if we had been waiting this whole time instead of trying to make the point would have long since found us. And then we wouldn't have to be sitting here blowing our nose over and over again for hours. You know, it's like, maybe that's the problem. That's what my nose is trying to tell me. Eric, just stop trying to make the point. Just sit still. Wait. And when the point comes in front of you, jump out and kill it. That's what you're supposed to do. With your knife. Stab, stab, stab! And you kill it real quick. And then you don't have to do any work. It just comes to you and you stab it. A lot better. Of course, then you gotta butcher it. If you want to use its hide, you gotta figure out how to tan that shit. You know, it's like, it sounds easy, but I guarantee you it's gotta be a huge pain in the ass. I'm assuming. I've never attempted it, but you know, I'm assuming if I were to attempt it, it would be one of those things where it's like, oh my God, why is this so much more difficult than it should be? All I want to do is take the bones and the yucky parts out of this animal and make its hide into something useful for me. And it turns out to be like hours long process. It takes seconds to say what I want. It takes hours and hours to do it. Okay, those kind of things are not acceptable. Things should not take that much longer than it takes to say them, to do them, you know? That's not an acceptable ratio of time difference between actuality and just saying. It should be maximum ratio, like 10 to 1. I get it that it's going to take 10 times longer to say something than it is to do it, but it should never take more than 10 times longer. If it does, then you're trying to do something that's taking too long. Things need to not take that long, for fuck's sake. Okay, yeah, I get it. We want this animal butchered. We want its hide. That's very clear, and it was very clear right off the outset. We didn't need to say a whole lot about it. What the problem is with the status quo and the change thing, right? Very clear. So it shouldn't take very long. And it probably won't if somebody qualified does it. But it's going to take a long time, very, very long time. I try to do it. Way too long. Like, why am I spending all the time doing this horrible thing is what I'll end up thinking. This should have been done a long time ago. This is taking too long, and it's proving that I should have thought about it before starting it. I hate that. That's the worst phenomenon in the world. Is when I'm in the middle of doing something, you're like, oh God, I wish I had thought about this before I started it. Oh my God, this is so hard and much more involved than I ever imagined. Oh, why did I start doing this? That's the worst moments. This is the worst. Like when I took apart my guitar, Like, oh, it sounds easy. I'm going to just replace my existing pickup with a different pickup. No, that's just a freaking imitation to a guitar that no longer works. Okay, that you just have to hold on to for years for not sure what you're going to do with it because it's all, you've disassembled it and you don't know how to put it back together because you're an idiot. Or you don't want to put it back together because it takes too long. It's like, this is too hard, it takes too long, and oh, ew. Why did I take this apart? What am I thinking? What was I thinking when I said to myself, this is a good idea to start doing this? It was never a good idea to start doing that in the first place. You should never have started doing that. You know better than that. Trying to do things is always a bad idea, generally. You just don't even start to do things, then you won't have any problem. With finding yourself in the middle of doing something you didn't really expect to be that hard as it is, That's why you don't start to do things, and you don't find yourself in the middle of doing things that you don't like to be doing. And if you've learned that lesson, then you would prevent that from happening entirely. Of course, you gotta do some things. Like, how are we gonna get drugs if I don't get them, even no matter how much they fall in my lap, I still have to do a couple of things. Like, I gotta text the guy, like, hey, I'm looking to hook up today. Instead of just in general, right? And then I gotta go to the ATM. I gotta get out cash. Because drug dealers don't take credit cards. And then I gotta go to the place. I gotta wait there. Of course, I'm early because I want the drugs, and he's late because he knows I'm not going anywhere. That's just how drug deals go, right? The person who wants the drugs is early, and the person who has the drugs is late. That's called drugs. It's like it's just part and parcel of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so delightful. It's like you can't be that delightful and not have me early. I'm here with bells on and whatever, like bright and early, ready for business, Captain. Absolutely ready. You can't get that from me unless you're really, really delightful. But if you are that delightful, then you can get that from me, and you will get that from me, for sure. I will be there early, on point, ready to do what I need to do, to make this commercial exchange between me and you, Mr. Illegal Drug Dealer, who has all of the power in this relationship. Because the fact is, I really want drugs a lot more than I'm willing to look for them. So, that's my eternal conundrum. Probably good for me to be that lazy. You know, like, I'd be a huge drug addict, but it's just like, well, I gotta go to get money out of the ATM and go down there and fucking buy the thing. Like, fucking, I don't even care anymore. I don't even want to do it anymore. It's not even fun. Now it's just a big hassle. I gotta go do something. What's the point? Freaking. Can I just be on drugs all of a sudden without having to even hassle with any of that stuff? Like, just have a button I push, like, okay, today I'm pushing the mushrooms button. Now I'm on mushrooms all day. Great, fantastic. Now, like, okay, I'm ready to push the nitrous button. But guess what? We don't have any more whippets because we fenced them all. Now how the fuck am I going to push the nitrous button right now? I can't. There are no nitrous buttons to push. They don't exist. Until I go get more. It's like, okay, well, I do want more nitrous. It's not enough to get in the car and go down there and get more. That's ridiculous. That's just like, you're being too inconvenient and you need to stop. If you want me to do more nitrous, you're going to have to be more convenient. That's it. And ideally cheaper, too, because you're expensive. Expensive and inconvenient. Yeah, I do like you, but... But you're expensive and inconvenient, so... I don't like you that much, you know. If I liked you that much, you'd be cheap and more convenient. Then I would like you that much because you'd have the right qualities of being cheap and convenient as well as just pleasing to me. That would be a good reason for me to like you a lot. But since you don't meet all those standards, then I only have a kind of like you, you know. It's hard for me to really like you because you're not being very likable in some ways. You're kind of not being a good friend, you know. Why do I always have to go to your house and get you, Nitrous? Why don't you ever come to get me? Why do I always have to hook up? Like, you know, why do I always have to make it happen? Why do I always text you like, hey girl? Why don't you ever text me, hey boy? And just arrive at my house. It's not a fair relationship that we have because it's too one-sided. I need more pull from you. Okay, I get you're getting a lot of pull from me. I'm not getting any pull back from you, Nitrous. You're not really showing me that you desperately want to be with me because you always make me pay for you. So it's like I wouldn't do that if you were sex. I would never pay for you. Hell no. What's the point in that? It's like, and it doesn't matter you get to have sex with somebody because you paid her, right? That's nothing. It's like, okay, well, that's not, it's like, oh, I didn't have sex with her. She had sex with me. That's backwards. You can't. See, you keep having sex with me. You need to let me sometimes have sex with you. That's the problem. I'm talking right now to this nitrous thing here, in case you know. If you're not sure why I'm looking over here, which you might not be sure. It's 'cause I'm talking to this guy right here. He's the one who's... You know, it's on me. I said I'd never treat... I never thought I'd let myself be treated like this. You know, it's like... such a one-sided relationship? Why don't you pay me to do you? Why am I always paying you to do you? And you're just fucking me. I'm not fucking you. No. But you know what? I like you a lot, so it doesn't matter. Fine, fuck me. Fine. Because you know what? I like it. I like the way you fuck me. That's why. That's why I'm fine with you fucking me, Nitrous. Even though you're a bitch sometimes. It's like, okay. But why do you have to be such a cunt when you fuck me sometimes? This is a fine question for you to ask. But it's fine for you to fuck me. Go ahead. Because I'm asking for it. And I like it. I don't like the way you fuck me every time. But obviously I keep coming back for you. Because I can't. Well. Once you go blue, there's no other hue. That's what they say. And, darling, you know I'm never going to be able to quit you, baby. You know you make me feel like nobody ever had made me feel before. Oh, yeah, baby. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave you. No, I know. Yeah, you do deserve to be left. You are a cunt. You're inconvenient and expensive. But don't worry. I'm not going to leave you. You're fine. You're not going anywhere. You're pulling a Rachel now, worried about the fact that I'm going to not love you anymore because you're expensive and inconvenient. Well, I mean, all the best things in life are expensive and inconvenient. You know, that's what they call the logical emotion. It's like, I like you. It doesn't matter. It's inconvenient and expensive. Because I want you. So, you're fine. That's not going to change. So you don't need to worry so much about whether you're inconvenient or expensive. Because I want you, so it doesn't matter. And you're being insecure about your place in my life because you're inconvenient and expensive is insane because that's why I want you so much. It's because you're inconvenient and expensive. It's not really. It's because you get me high. But in this analogy, it is, okay? And that's what matters here. We're trying to work on you and your self-esteem. This isn't so much about being logically consistent as it is part of my general campaign here to improve the self-esteem of the various objects around me that have gotten confused about things. Like you've gotten confused, understandably, about why you matter. You don't matter. It doesn't relate to your expensiveness or convenience. That just relates to how annoyed I am at you. And that doesn't matter, okay? That's just a temporary thing. I might be annoyed at you temporarily for being expensive and inconvenient. But you're missing the point. If you think that my annoyance, or you being expensive and inconvenient, means I don't love you, well, you're really missing the point. Because somehow it is the case, even though I don't love you because you're expensive and inconvenient, that if you weren't expensive and inconvenient, I would definitely love you a little less. So, you have that to remember. Don't worry about being expensive and inconvenient, Nitrous. I'll still get you. I love you. And that's what matters. My feelings. And because I love you, that you are here, not because you're inexpensive and convenient. Obviously, otherwise I never would have gotten you in the first place. I was never under the illusion that you were convenient or cheap. So, it's not like I was led astray by your false promises or something. You never said that to me. And when it comes to evaluating the expensiveness or convenience of things, I'm not a complete idiot. I mean, I'm not Einstein or anything, but I can tell when something's definitely not going to be convenient or cheap. And I can tell that right away about you, that you were going to require me to go to the store, and when they got there, they were not going to give you to me for free for some reason, like they should. Instead, because, they should in an FI sense, which is I want them to. Anyway, so I have to pay for you. And so I knew that from the outset. That was no surprise. None of those things, that was all part of the bargain that I agreed to in the first place. You being insecure about it now is silly. I knew exactly what I was getting into. I'm not some poor girl who innocent waif that you took advantage of. No. I'm a wanton slut. I've fucked hundreds and millions of people before you, Nitrous. You need to just stop. Get over yourself, okay? Look, you need to get over yourself. You think you're all that. Yes, you rock my world. My world's easy to rock, baby. It's like made to rock. Anybody can rock my world. It's easy to rock. So don't flatter yourself. If I wanted to have a world that was difficult to rock, I wouldn't even be in love with you in the first place. So true. Whenever things get really true, I get a little bit more into a black woman. Because that's when you really feel the truth of things. Oh, Lord, Lord. I feel the truth of my love for this here nitrous by channeling my fluidly transracial and also fluidly gender self into a stereotypical old black woman from a long time ago who feels the truth of things. She doesn't know the truth. She feels it in her heart. Right here. This is true as true can be. Because I feel it in my heart. She's an archetype, you see. She's an archetype that a lot of people find offensive nowadays. But I find it reassuring. That archetype has a certain job. Right? Just let that archetype do its job and stop linking it to a bunch of particular shit that doesn't matter. The archetype of that job is to reassure white people that everything's going to be fine. Just let that archetype do its job. And if you're aware too much that that's what that's doing, then you just enjoy being reassured along with everybody else. Or you go, hey, that's not reassuring me because I'm not its target audience. But don't get all offended about the process. It's like, whatever, it's just an archetype that people are using to do stuff with. Who cares? It's not like they're doing anything bad with it, like, hey, let's use this archetype to incite the children to militarism. No, that's not how anybody's using that archetype. That would, I agree, be an unacceptable use of that archetype. If I were to say, hey, I'm going to embody the archetype of a reassuring black woman whose job it is to comfort white people that everything's going to be fine, and I were using that character to incite children to militarism, then I would agree that there would be something offensive about what I'm doing. Because that's not okay. You shouldn't incite children to militarism. Nor should you try to indoctrinate them in any sort of like ideology or a bunch of other things like that you shouldn't do to children. You shouldn't do it to anybody, really. But the point is, I'm not doing that. I'm not using that archetype for that purpose. I'm just reassuring myself with a comforting blanket of this reassuring Negro woman from a long time ago. It doesn't exist anymore, right? It's like, there are no more Negroes. That doesn't mean there never were. That doesn't mean that they don't persist as an archetype that some people find reassuring. So, it's like, why don't you just let the archetype be? It doesn't actually link to any actual human being anymore. There is no person who's that anymore, right? There's no actual human being who's going around going, why, yes, sir, Mrs. Strauss, everything's going to be just fine. So, why not let me just enjoy the fact that my archetype is reassuring you of that. And in that fashion. Because that's its job. You just gotta let everything do its job. That archetype's job is to reassure me. Other archetypes' jobs are to do other things. Just stop trying to tell archetypes to be things other than what they are. It's like, you can't tell Sasquatch to be the blonde girl in this scene. You know, I had this conversation with Sasquatch. Because he's complaining now that, supposedly, according to him, you know, like, I'm making him talk like a stereotypical Sasquatch. I'm not making him. He's insisting on not being a Sasquatch. Okay? And I'm correcting his ass. Like, no, you go back to being a Sasquatch. I don't want all of your, I'm not a Sasquatch shit. It's like, be a fucking Sasquatch already. God, obviously we hired the wrong Sasquatch. We know that because you don't know how to play the role of a proper Sasquatch because you keep acting like a complex and real human being. I'm talking about you're a Sasquatch. It's how you people are and you stay that way. You talk like a caveman and you be into Sasquatch shit like me like tree, you know? That's it. I don't want any of this complex identity shit you keep handing me. You know? I don't remember what this was linking to, but it's something pretty important. There's some analog to this. It's the real point of what I'm making. I'm not sure what it is, but anyway, the point is, I guess, that Sasquatches need to stop being so woke. And that's fair. Nobody's going to dispute that. Sasquatches need to stop being so fucking woke and just be Sasquatches. Although, you know what? The truth is, if Sasquatches weren't so woke, I wouldn't get to have those hilarious conversations with Sasquatches about how they're too woke. So really, if I'm being completely honest, I like it. The Sasquatches are woke. And I'm lying to everybody when I'm pretending that I don't like it. Shame on me. Shame on me so much. Who will do the shaming? Because I can't be shamed without somebody doing the shaming. Do I have a volunteer? Will anyone shame me for my shameable behaviors, please? Who's going to volunteer for that? I need an official court shamer who's in charge of shaming me. You will be shamed, Eric, by me, the official shamer, in the following ways. Number 1, shame on you. Number 2, shame on you. And number 3, shame on you. There. Done. Now you have been shamed. Thrice. You've been shamed thrice, which is the only way to make sure that a good shaming sticks. It's not enough to say, shame on you 1 time. It's better, but still not enough to say, shame on you 2 times. But once you say it 3 times, everybody, meaning me, you, the carpet, ghost, whatever, knows you're serious. I'm serious this time. I've said it 3 times. The first 2 times were just to set up the fact that I was going to say this important 3rd time, which renders each of the times exponentially more serious than it otherwise could possibly have been, independently of this 3rd time. So, of course, for those who weren't aware, seriousness is definitely one of those things that's spectral and not binary. So you can measure amount of seriousness no problem. Like, some things are more serious than other things, that's fine. The only issue that we have to solve as scientists still is to decide on, is it a particle or a wave? You know? Is seriousness a particle or a wave is a fundamental question that befuddles scientists, because what they don't get, you will never successfully model seriousness as a binary exclusively, right? You've got to incorporate the dynamism inherent in seriousness, or you're never going to model it adequately. So, the question is not so much, is it a particle or a wave? But are we asking the question of whether it's a particle or a wave? And that's where we are right now with theoretical physics. Just to update everybody. So, wait, that's your explanation for how the universe works? Yes. That's my explanation. Basically where we are with theoretical physics right now. Hey, look, guys. If you're asking what the explanation is, my answer is, you're asking me what the explanation is. Okay? And you might be like, yeah, I am. And I'll be like, yeah, you are. There you go. How's that for you? Ask her, wanting her of explanations. How do you like that, Mr. U? That's what theoretical physics be like. Theoretical physics be all like meme style, you know? Theoretical physics be all like meme style. Things that are be all like meme style. So, I be all like meme style, but I be all like meme styling, you know? Anyway, the point is, how does something be all like? What were we talking about again? Something significant. How be all's like meme style, but I don't remember what the meows were. So, well, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you forget your meows when you're looking for them. Sometimes your meows forget you. And you realize, hey, why aren't you looking for me? How it goes sometimes. You know how that goes. I'm sure you guys all agree with this. So I'm just assuming that we're all in agreement about all this stuff that I'm saying, right? I haven't looked to see over here for a while, but I'm assuming it's all agreement. Like, either all you guys are typing, like this is you're expressing that with somehow in your words, or yes, exclamation point, or oh my God, so insightful, things like that. Let's see if my predictions about what you're saying come true. Let's find out how good of a predictor I am. Am I a good predictor or a bad predictor? Let's find out. Well, first of all, I overestimate my ability to look at this thing by a lot. There's a lot of stuff here to look at as a part of the issue. And you know what the other issue is? All of this stuff in here. If I'm going to engage it all, boy, I'm going to read words and then that's going to send me down this path, that path, and then, you know, I'll find myself there. And I'll be like, hey, how did I get over here? You know, so there's always that issue. But that's fine. I'm used to just being like, hey, how did I get over here? I'm not expecting to know how I got over here, you know, wherever I happen to be. It's an odd question, like, how did I get over here? Okay, well, I could retrace my steps, I guess, but aren't you really asking, why are you over here? Isn't that really what you're asking? You know, it's, oof, it is. This is another question entirely. It is hard to look at this stuff. That's what it is, basically. It's not so much any of these other words that I'm saying. It's more like, this is hard to look at this stuff. Let's see what it says. You running a monastery? Yes, I am. I'm opening a monastery. Would you like to join? Running Fox, you can be my first member of my monastery. Okay? I mean, you can be a founding member if you want. You and I could both co-run this monastery if you want. I don't need to have a lot of day-to-day control over the operations. If you want to be the main director of the monastery, that's fine. But I own it, okay? It's my monastery. Monasteries are, you know, if you look at the data, it's like while the rest of the market's tanking, monasteries are just through the roof. Sky's the limit. You know, that's this year's like .com from back in the day when it was new, you know. That year was .com. This year is monasteries. Monasteries and gigantic cats, of course. We can't forget to include the other main thing of the year. Every year I have to have at least two main things. 2022 is monasteries and gigantic cats. You know, nobody exactly chooses it. It's not like one person who chooses it. It just happens. It just kind of like combos of different reasons why 2022 will be known as the year of monasteries and gigantic cats. Yes, it will. You just wait and see. You just gotta wait like 10 years to check, because it takes them a while to update those names. Oh my god, it startled me. It was just the empty whip as things settling in the trash can. You know, a reminder of good times once had. No ghost. How paranormal is that, though, right? That's what I say. Like, there's no ghost. I was about to make fun of if I were one of those people on Paranormal Connor Camera, I'd be like, see? It's like, what? Oh my god, it's so startling. It must be a ghost. And no ghost, it's just the whippets settling. But then I say that, let's say that, and then they settle again. It's like, ooh, very mystical. Why does mystical stuff happen? Well, it's because there has to be something to contrast against regular stuff, right? Regular stuff implies the existence of stuff that's not regular. It necessitates its existence. The category of normal requires there exists something that's alternative to that, right? So now we've got abnormal, sure. We've got unnormal, of course. We've got irnormal, denormal, anti-normal, quasi-normal, pseudo-normal, mega-normal, multi-normal, mini-normal. But we don't have, really, a good understanding of what normal means until we include the prefix para. I say, I declare, I decree, I state a claim. I claim and shall substantiate. You can't understand the word normal in full without a concept of not only abnormal, unnormal, irregular, whatever happening, but also with the concept of paranormal, which, unlike a paralegal, is not just a shittier version of a regular normal, right? It's like a paralegal. That's like just a shittier version of a legal, which is like a lawyer, right? Paranormal is not like that. Okay? No. Para, in the sense of the paranormal, para means magically un. Okay? That's what it means, and it comes before normal. Magically unnormal means that you cannot explain it adequately for anyone to believe it. Okay? That's definitionally what it means to be magically unnormal. Is that both you're not normal and that there's not a good explanation for how you're not normal, or why, or what kind of abnormality you are. If you fit into another category of abnormality, then you don't qualify as paranormal. So you have to not fit into another category of not normal that is defined. So therefore, you must fit into a category of not normal that's undefined. And therefore, all these attempts to define paranormal activity as being meow or ghost or whatever are missing the point of paranormality, which is that it's not explained. Not that it is explained, right? That's the point of being paranormal, is that it's not explained. You wouldn't try to have, let's say, the local news weather alert try to, inform you about how it's going to be predictably pleasant inside. I mean, that's true. It links to the weather, and yet somehow it's unsatisfying as a weather report, right? That it's going to be predictably comfortable inside is both true and kind of a weather thing. Kind of. I mean, certainly it's when I look at the weather, I do find out how warm or cold it's going to be. So, telling me how warm or cold it's going to be today would qualify as giving a weather report. The thing is, and there's no inherent reason why you can't give a weather report about the inside part instead of the outside. In fact, really, the information most people really need about the weather is that they don't need to care about the weather because they're going to be inside all day. That's what the weather report should say. You don't need to care about this. You're going to be inside all day. Look at you. You're inside right now watching me tell you what it's going to be outside. Obviously, it doesn't matter whether, it's like, it doesn't matter whether it's 80 degrees or 90 degrees or whatever. You're inside watching me tell you what the temperature is outside. Well, you can just go outside yourself. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you about that. Why I'm pretending to care about the weather, why you're pretending to care about the weather, and why we mutually find it satisfying and gratifying to pretend we're caring about the weather. I don't know, but that's fine. It's okay. I don't need to know that. The fact that we find it gratifying is reason enough for us both to pretend to care. As far as I'm concerned, it's like, and if you pretend to care hard enough, that counts as actually caring, I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's really any difference I can determine. I don't think so. Maybe there is. Pretending to care and actually caring? Is there a difference? Yeah, there's a difference. There is a difference. There definitely is a difference. It just doesn't immediately occur to you that there is, because you can easily enough think of examples where what matters is that you behave as though you care, not whether you actually care, right? But then you remember, if you think back, you can remember examples of things where you actually do care a lot, and it makes all the difference in the world. But it's like you just don't remember those times because those ones aren't relevant to anything, because they're when they're when you cared for you reasons, not when you were being dispassionate. So there's no reason to remember instances when you're being selfish in particular. They don't link to anything. They're not useful arguments. I mean, you can remember it in a general sense of like, okay, well, I remember that I was wrong or something. That's helpful always. So you do. It's always good. Better. It's more important to keep track of your wrongs than it is your rights. Really. Like times when I'm wrong predicting something, I make sure I keep track of those. Those are important to keep track of, because that keeps you realizing, okay, this is how actually accurate I am about things, rather than just assuming I'm right about everything, right? But anyway, the point is, what I would normally say is, it doesn't matter whether I'm actually right. It just matters whether I'm right about being right or something. But, it's just so much erickiness is just too much erickiness for anybody to tolerate. And at some point you go, okay, Mr. Man, you need to stop with your nonsense. Okay, you just need to stop it right now. And just be like, okay, fine, those words, Eric, but look. Can you meet us, I don't even say meet us halfway, Eric, between your world and practicality. I'm saying make some sort of an effort to, like, reluctantly walk 5 feet over towards us so that we don't feel completely like we're doing all the work here to cross the barrier between what you're saying and utility to anybody, or practicality to anybody, instead of just insisting, no, you couldn't possibly do that, or else then what you say wouldn't be right. Yeah, okay, fine, you're right. My bad. And fuck off. I hate that, it's like, yeah, you're right, my bad, so fuck off. Because now I have to deal with that. It's like, okay, fuck. Now I know something, it's like, stop making me know things, and I have to do things based on what I know, I'd rather leave things just be undecided. It's not yet known for sure, meow. I like things like that, because then they don't require me to do things. If I don't really know, then it's always better to not jump into action, because you could be acting with inadequate or on false pretenses. It's like, if you know for sure that Judy killed your brother, then you can probably get away with tackling her and arresting her. If you don't know for sure that Judy killed your brother, then you shouldn't tackle her. Don't tackle Judy until you know for sure that she's the one who deserves to be tackled. Nobody likes being tackled. It's always unfortunate. No matter how you look at it, it's like, The definition of to tackle somebody is you were going somewhere and your progress was not just impeded but ended. That's what it means to tackle you. It's like, oh, I was running, now I'm not. Thanks a lot, Mr. Tackler. I was doing fine until you tackled me. I guess that's your job. Your job is to tackle me, just like my job is to run. And this time, you won, Mr. Tackler. You won. I'm no longer running. You're no longer tackling. We can both agree that because I'm no longer running, you won. It doesn't matter that you're no longer tackling. You can stop tackling at any point. As long as I'm no longer running, you've won. You don't have to sustain tackling beyond having attained that outcome. In fact, it doesn't even make any sense to even conceive of attempting to do so. You no longer continue to tackle me. Now you're just like gyrating on me on the ground for no reason. That's not tackling. It's just like sexually assaulting me or whatever. It was fine for you to tackle me. You put your arms all around me and everything when you were trying to tackle me, because my job's to run, your job's to tackle, and we both understand that even though I'm going to do my job as well as I can, sometimes you're going to do your job better than I'm going to do my job. I'm going to get tackled, okay? And that when you tackle me, you are going to like grab my boobs and stuff, right? But once you can finish tackling, that means, remember, the definition of you tackling me is that I'm no longer running. Well, then you should no longer be tackling me because you've already accomplished your goal. If you still try to excuse your behavior as tackling, you're just telling a lie. You're no longer tackling me. You're just trying to feel me up. And you're enjoying yourself in my helpless situation here, because I'm on the bottom screwing around. Hey, okay, I'm tackled. I'm not tackling anymore, big guy. I'm now molesting. So the point is, I guess, that tackling ceases to be tackling once you stopped running. I don't know why I'm making this point, but I'm pretty sure that that's the point I'm making. So hopefully that's the point you've taken away from this. And obviously it's super important, or I wouldn't be saying it. Because Lord knows I only ever say important things. It's like I've got a choice about what to say, right? I could choose to say this, I could choose to say that. I could choose to say things from any of the various categories that one might say. Those categories include important things, unimportant things, contra-important things, pseudo-regular important things, and, see, this is the problem. This is the problem. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I know it was a long time ago that you finished being microwaved. I get it. I made you wait a long time. That doesn't mean you get to be not quite hot enough for me to really melt shit in when I get around to you. You have to still be hot enough. Otherwise, you're not doing your job like everything else in the world seems to not be doing their job. Your job is to be hot enough. I did my part. I microwaved you. Okay? That was hard enough as it was. That's asking a lot of me. I did that part. Your job is to get hot. You did your job. But you forgot about your other job, which was to stay hot until I had made use of why I had made you hot in the first place. Well, fortunately, you did your job well enough. You get a passing grade. I was able, with extra stirring, to get the creamer to melt in you, but it shouldn't have required extra stirring. So it's fine. No harm, no foul. I got the creamer up to it. You're fine. No. I was just, you know what, maybe I was just taking a bit of my bad mood on you. I did get into a fender bender on the way to work this morning. And, you know how frustrating that can be. Well, the guy was trying to be like, oh, my neck. It was obviously bullshit, you know. So I'm sorry if I took that out on you at all, Coffee. You were hot, even though I was late. You were still hot, and you were plenty hot for me to melt the creamer in. And it was my fault that I was late. And here I am blaming you for not quite being easy enough to melt in as usual. That's totally on me, and I'm sorry. You deserve my apology, and you hereby get it. I am sorry. You're delicious. I should never have doubted you in the first place. Yeah, it's called accountability. Sometimes, you know, you honestly kind of just miss the mark on somebody. You underestimate them, you get them wrong, and when you do, you got to be a big man and say, hey, Coffee, not only are you hot enough, not only did all the creamer melt in you, but you're fucking delicious. It takes a big man to admit defeat, but when defeat is that delicious, well, the biggest man is the one who enjoys himself the most at the same time. So it's a fair trade. Not a huge sacrifice on my part, I guess. Is what I'm trying to get at here. But still, very noble of me. Very, very, very noble. Very noble and wise. I'm like, the way I treat my coffee is really a model for us all. And how well, basically, put it this way. You should treat your coffee how I treat my coffee. Okay? If you don't treat your coffee at least as well as I'm treating my coffee, then you're kind of being a dick. You're kind of being a dick. You gotta be fair to your coffee too. Ay, this Ukraine stuff again. What's up with this Ukraine stuff? I answered this question like years and years ago. Make Ukraine part of NATO. That already happened, right? Everybody listened to me and they did that and... What? They didn't listen? What? I said you gotta put them in the NATO and the... Oh, I don't want to hear about it now. They should have listened to me when I told them all this shit was gonna happen. I don't want to hear about it now. It's too late now. Doesn't matter now. Now people die. Now it's just depressing, right? Now it's no longer anything that's anything to anybody except depressing. Because when the world had the chance to listen to what mattered, when it mattered, they didn't fucking care at all. And, of course, the reason they didn't care is because it wasn't important yet. Now it's important. Everybody cares about it. Well, fuck importance. It doesn't matter anymore. I don't care about it as a consequence. I care too much to care about it, right? Because my caring is useless now. It doesn't matter anymore. We had our chance to do things right and we fucked it up. Because we didn't listen to Eric. So don't talk about Ukraine anymore. Something should never come up. Except as that disastrously bad outcome we had from not listening to Eric when we should have and caring about what matters and when it matters instead of later when it doesn't matter. It's the only time we should ever reference Ukraine is with that long convoluted title. That thing that is proof to all of us that we should never talk about things after they matter. And we should listen to things when they do matter. it's like, it's not like I was the only voice saying put fucking Ukraine in NATO. Ukraine was saying that when they handed over their nuclear weapons and somehow let themselves get bamboozled into this lesser shit. Right? No. You either put us in NATO or we won't give you these nuclear weapons. Period. Is what they should have done. They didn't listen to me either, but then that was before I was even making these arguments, so that's not their fault, okay? They can't be blamed for not listening to me before I was making the arguments. They can only be blamed for not listening to me after I was making the arguments. So I had they didn't have any guidance from me regarding the Minsk protocols, so I can't expect anybody, apparently, to be smart except for me, so it's not really Ukraine's fault for not listening to me because I wasn't saying it at the time. But it is the rest of the world's fault for not listening to me about putting Ukraine in NATO, even though they didn't deserve it 6 years ago when I was saying it. Not now. Fucktards, it's too late. Everything's too late now because you're caring about what's important rather than what matters. So you never get what you want when you care about what's important. You only get what's good and just and true when you care about what matters. But if you care about what matters, that means you can't be caring about what's important right now. You can only care about what matters. You can't have it both ways. Yes, you can, Eric. You need to fuck. Okay, fine. Fuck off, though. Fuck off, that guy who keeps telling me that. I don't like that truth. I don't want that truth. But you have to have it, Eric. Yes, I know. Shut up, guy. I don't like you. You're that awful guy who keeps telling me truths I don't like. Yes, but you have to live with them anyway, Eric. I know I do. I don't like that either. Well, what's the alternative? I could, lie? Well, no. I know there's no alternative. Just fuck off and shut up. It's like, it's that simple. My answer to you is, yes, okay. Now, fuck off and shut up. The guy who keeps telling me that if I'm gonna claim all these things, then it implies necessarily that I do something to make the utility that I keep claiming. It's like I keep claiming, like, well, if everybody would just think about things right, then there'd be the right impacts. But, Eric, if you really believe that, you do something more to make people think about things right. Instead of just insisting that everybody else do all of the work. And that you're doing lots of work just because you're playing in front of everybody. That's not work. That's just playing in front of everybody because you're not doing anything to render it more useful to the average person. Just a small little fraction of people who get it. And you're like, aha, aren't we clever? Well, you're not clever. You're an asshole for being like that. So stop being like that. I don't like you, that guy. That guy is such a dick. Who is that guy? Where does he come from? And why does he keep telling me things? I don't even have a name for that guy. Like, who is that guy? And where does he keep coming from? And why can't I even name him? I guess his name is like, ew. I don't like that guy. He doesn't have a name. That's the problem. Unnamed guy. If he had a name, I'd be able to just be like, okay, you're saying this. Instead, it'd be like, well, it's coming from just an unnamed guy. So, I can't really say that you are saying this, because I don't even know who you are. You're just an unnamed guy. It's like an anonymous source or something. Except you walk right up and tell me to my face, which is not very anonymous of you. Except I can never see what you look like, figure out who you are or what your name is. So maybe you're being more successfully anonymous than I'm giving you credit for. Mr. Man, you're a tricky foe, you. It's like you're wearing a cape of not being seen. I can't think of any other way to put that. The only way to describe what's going to be happening here. It's like a cape of not being seen. Isn't that amazing? Instead of normally you wear a cape, like, hey, look at my cape. I'm wearing a cape. Nobody wears a cape. Hey, look at me, right? This is a cape that has the opposite impact. It's like, don't notice me. I'm just a cape. It seems counterintuitive, but it's that kind of cape. But Eric, could you really have that kind of cape? I mean, even if it's like beige, it's still a cape. I mean, it's still gonna. It's like, hey, look at that guy in the beige cape. Is more likely to come out of your mouth than, hey, look at that guy in no cape, right? So, I mean, nobody ever says that, really. Hey, look at that guy in no cape over there. It wouldn't even really help the listener distinguish between the parties you could be gesturing towards. It's like, none of them have capes. It's so true. None of them have capes. There's this one guy, of course. Hold on a second. Did you not notice me? I'm Jerry. Okay, well, what's up, Jerry? Hey, what am I wearing? I mean, it's like a shawl or something? Are you sure? You want to take another look at this? This goes down below my waist. Okay? Nobody's gonna call this a shawl, mister. Don't lie to yourself. Oh, fuck. Did nobody see this guy? Okay, fine. There's one guy with a cape. Sorry, my bad. One guy was with a cape. It turns out it's not true. That applied to everybody. There was one guy who did have a cape. It didn't apply to him, but still, when you're saying that guy who's not wearing the cape over there, all you were doing was eliminating Greg from a large group of people. So, I'm not sure why you would want to indicate to me something specific with that strategy. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but that's your prerogative, of course. Anyhow, I believe we were discussing something. Can you remind me what it was we were discussing? I got a little off topic here. Oh, right. That stupid bird. Here you go, stupid bird. That's the topic of this live stream. Here you go, stupid bird. See how much better that is than... Who is that person? Is that a real person? Or should they be banned? Or I don't know. I got all mad about Ukraine, didn't I? My bad if I yelled at anybody besides the world. I didn't mean to yell at a specific person. Really, I'm not mad about Ukraine. I'm just sad about it. It's like there's no point in talking about things that are just sad. It's just like Jeffrey's mom and Jeffrey. They have not listened to me all their way into this bumblefuck of a quagmire, and then they want me to help me get out, talk to me about it, like I'm gonna help them get out of it. Well, yeah, I will, but why are you doing this? Why did you just not listen to me in the first place? Instead of getting yourself into this quagmire that I told you were gonna get yourself into, and then insisting you talk to me about it after you do. Now it's like my problem again, and it was already my problem. I already solved it a long time ago. And now I'm having to solve the fact that you didn't listen to me? I mean, come on. You're making me do everybody's job at that point. Yeah, but we're paying you. Yeah, I know, and that's why this continues to happen, right? It's like, well, it's your money. You want to pay me for advice you don't listen to, go for it. That's what I keep saying to myself, but it's like, am I really? It's like I'm not okay with it on some other level. It's like super annoying to me, you know? I think it's like wrong of them, not of me to take their money, as knowing they're going to ignore me. I think that's fine. Because I continue to hope they won't ignore me, right? I'm honestly hoping they won't ignore me. I'm not knowingly insistent that they're always going to ignore me and taking their money anyway. I acknowledge the fact that I continue to try my best to get them to not ignore me. And that's what they're paying me to do. And I will continue to try my very best and believe that if I do it right, they might somehow, someday, actually listen to me. But I acknowledge it's unlikely. Okay? It's unlikely. But, it's like, who am I to tell somebody how to spend their money? They want to pay me to tell them things they're not going to listen to. That's their prerogative, and I don't have to, and a lot of times I don't. It's like, no, I'm not, I don't want to right now, because I don't feel like it right now. And I'm tired of sleepy week, and alright, well, if I'm going to talk to you, then you're going to have to give me some Adderall. Like that kind of conversation happens between us. But, because they have it, so they can give it to me too, you know. It all works out. It's like, it's a fair deal all around, you know. It's like, they're a pain in the ass. I'm a uniquely powerful resource. And I'm also incredibly childish and petulant. So, you know, it all equals out in the wash. It's true that, well, they're a pain in the ass to me. Objectively, I'm way more of a pain in the ass than anybody else, so like from a disinterested third party perspective, I'm always the one who's the pain in the ass. I'm always the problem. I'm never the one who's not the pain in the ass. But, you know, that's what you get when you spoil somebody and coddle them. You get a spoiled, coddled person. The funny thing is, I actually wasn't spoiled at all. You know, like, I had to work a lot when I was a kid. My dad made me go up to the desert and paint shit, and I had to do property management all the time, and all these fucking chores to do and stuff. I always hated it, you know? But I wasn't spoiled. I certainly wasn't given a lot of money or anything like that. Or bought things that I wanted, or things like that. It's just I'm spoiled in the sense that I know I'm never going to be permitted to fall below a certain level of comfort, right? Like, doesn't matter how little I do. I've always got a place to live and plenty of food and stuff like that, right? And so it's just a matter of, well, how much freedom do I want to have versus how much liberty? So it's like, Rachel and I are at liberty to do whatever, but how free we are to do whatever has to do with how much money we have, which is different from liberty, right? Like, nobody's preventing us from doing whatever, but that doesn't mean we have the power to do whatever. So there's this combined like minimum threshold that we're enjoying this, like, well, we always have this stuff, we don't really have to spend money on this stuff like housing and food and electricity and shit like that. All we gotta pay for is the internet. Of the shared things, the only one that we pay for is the internet. So, and that's because they weren't shared things until we got here. They were just my dad's things. And he had shitty internet that I couldn't tolerate, so I said, well, now we're getting my internet because this is ridiculous. I can't even do anything with this ridiculous internet that you have and are somehow getting by on. I cannot possibly tolerate this for 1 second. It's insane how you could live. It's like, what is this, a 64-bit modem or something? It's like, oh my god, how slow and spotty could this Wi-Fi possibly be? It's like, it has no business even calling itself Wi-Fi. What is it doing? It's terrible, 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 terrible. I had to replace it immediately. Besides that, though, I was perfectly happy. It's like, it turns out the water my dad was paying for was fine. I checked it out. I didn't need to pay for my own water after all. And it turned out that the, trash service my dad was getting, that was fine too. I didn't need my own version of that. And it turned out, the electricity that my dad was getting, that was fine. I didn't need my own version of that. And let's see what else. All those other things that people pay for with their houses and stuff. Those were all fine. I didn't need my own version of that. But the internet was not acceptable. so we pay for the internet. But, that's our Rachel and I sharing some costs with my dad. Well, he's on our internet because otherwise we'd be on his, which is just insane because it was so terrible, But besides that, it's we just live here, and my dad loves us, and we try to occasionally care enough about freedom instead of just liberty to work. But not too often. Preferably not too often. Jeffrey's mom called me today about Chloe tomorrow. Can you work with Chloe tomorrow? I was like, Well, what do you got going on? I don't know what I got going on tomorrow. I'm in my car right now. I'm not in front of my calendar. I think I might have a couple of things. I don't know. Just tomorrow's a long ways away. Let's not be too definitive about what's going to happen tomorrow. But I probably will work with Chloe because, you see, it's like, even though I'm like that, the mom will keep bugging me until I do. Even though I don't really want to. I don't know as clearly that I don't want to as she knows that she wants me to. That's the key thing. She knows a lot more clearly that she wants me to work with Chloe than do I clearly know that I don't want to work with her. So she ends up winning that battle all the time. And even though I don't really want to work, I don't not want to work as much as she wants me to work. It's a tough battle to win, because she's persistent. I'm FD third. I'm I'm obviously just don't. She starts in with this fucking praise shit. Don't even try it, woman. Just do not. You're not gonna flatter me into working with your kid. You might like shame me into it, but you're not gonna flatter me into it. I already have plenty of high opinion of myself. Your flattery is not gonna do any good. I don't have a low self-esteem or something. Like, it's not like I need to hear your praise in order to be to feel like I'm a good teacher. You don't know whether I'm a good teacher or not. You just have your sort of like SITE instincts or something. I don't know. I don't know how you came across me, but you are pretty good at evaluating teachers, actually. You're actually a lot better than most people. Because I've heard you critique teachers before. But the thing is, I don't understand how you can be good at evaluating teachers, but be so terrible at understanding how to deal with them. And so you're never going to get anywhere that way. You can't play nice with people who have arbitrary power over you. You can never play nice with them. After all, they're arbitrarily exercising unjustified power over you all the time. You can't play nice with those people. If they were cool, they wouldn't be doing that. They'd be self-aware in some sense, like, oh shit, I'm exercising undeserved power over a bunch of people for for no good reason, except that it's my job to do so, and I don't even know why I'm doing this. Like, it's not even clear to me that I'm forcing these children to sit here and do this because, like earlier, I had to puke. And my body had to puke because I had spiritual ickiness, okay? That's what mushrooms does, is if you have spiritual ickiness, it converts it into physical ickiness, then you puke out, okay? This is the magic of mushrooms. Anyway, the point is, I got it. I understood. Yes. I'm going to have to make this class puke. But it's not going to be for long. And once they're done puking, everybody's going to feel a whole lot better. And it's necessary to get the ickiness out. Okay? It's not an ongoing state of affairs where it's like, I just expect you to puke all the time. And then have no explanation for why, or because I told you to puke. That's why. Be constantly puking. No. If you're gonna make me puke, it's gonna be, you're gonna have a good reason, and it's gonna be for a little bit of time. The amount of time I spend puking versus the amount of time I spend feeling better is gonna be a small number here and a big number here. Okay? There's no, you do not get to just tell me to puke as a general rule for no reason. It's like, that's missing the point of puking entirely. And if that's your job, is to force children to continually puke, even though there's nothing icky in them, and it doesn't make anybody feel better, well then, you need to start thinking a little bit more about what you're doing. You know, that's how it is. It's not like you can reason with these people. They're insane. You're going into these rooms where they have this arbitrary, like, here, now you're arbitrary dictator. And instead of being like, how fucking appalling, they like it, and they go with it. They just roll with it. Like, oh, cool, I'm arbitrary dictator now. I'm not appalled at all. I'm excited to be arbitrary dictator. Fucking tards, you know? What a bunch of fucking retards teachers are. Oh my god. The most retarded group of people you've ever met in your life. Everything they do is foul and offensive, and they delight and say like, "Oh, are we wonderful heroes for educating these children?" You're not doing anything good at all, you fuckers. But your participation in youth prison camp is no way, shape, or form should you try to frame that as a positive thing or you're our hero. We've already identified our heroes. Our heroes are drug hookup guys and drug dealers. Those are our heroes. You fucks need to get your fucking authoritarian bullshit out of everybody's face. You know, let's get our heroes straight. Our heroes, and the biggest statue goes to drug hookup guy. Okay, not drug dealer. Drug dealer, okay, they're heroes, sure. Illegal drug dealer, not legal drug dealers. Those are not our heroes because they jump through all the proper hoops. Nobody can be our hero by jumping through hoops. Okay. Hoop jumping is not a heroic behavior. There's nothing heroic about hoop jumping. Anybody can jump through hoops theoretically, but only hoop jumpers can actually jump through them. And it's fucking stupid and boring, so why would we reward that? With our attention, love, interest, excitement, statues. Why would we reward that with a statue? Nobody wants to reward your stupid, boring, but practical stuff with a statue. You already have all the real rewards, which are money. Now, you don't get a statue, okay? Boring thing. Boring, practical thing. You don't get any statues. Statues are reserved for things that don't get real rewards from shit. Like, who's our hero? He didn't get any reward from it at all. He's a drug hookup guy. He just feels you. He's like, I've been there, bro. I've been dry. You're dry. I've got a hookup. I know it's like automatically kind of puts a little bit of pressure on my situation with this guy. That I'm going to ask him if it's cool if I send you his information your way. But I'm going to do it anyway. Because I'm cool. That's our real hero in society, right? He's doing a little bit of something that puts himself a little bit out to make everybody's life a little bit better, but not much, right? He's not responsible for my getting drugs or anything. He's just choosing to, like, what the hell? I'll help this guy out, you know? That's our real hero. He's not responsible for me. He has no obligation to hook me up with his guy, right? I have no way of having these drugs fall adequately into my lap without hookup guy, okay? He doesn't get any money out of it, he doesn't get any drugs. After all, he's just giving me the contact information of the other guys. I can deal with him directly, right? Dealing with him directly, he did not jump through hoops to become an illegal drug dealer, okay? That's not how you become an illegal drug dealer. You don't have to take a bunch of classes. You don't have to get certified. You don't gotta pass these like health exams or whatever. It's like you'd think that, oh no, these people that I keep getting these things from, that I put into my body, well, they aren't even regulated. The dangers of street drugs. Why? I mean, you're playing Russian roulette every time you buy drugs from a person. No, it's your regulation shit is nonsense. Right? It doesn't stop anything that's bad, really. It's like, okay, you got these health inspectors, right, who go around and they give you an A or B or C or whatever, your restaurant. Those health inspectors do have the power to make some portion of the population stop going to your restaurant if you do gross shit behind the scenes. That's true. Okay? But ultimately, that's not a problem that needs a permanent solution because there's no inherency to it. In other words, any one of those kind of restaurants that is like that, that is a problem, they don't last very forever, especially not in information age, because people will share their stories about gross shit that happened there. And that's more powerful than even the health inspector coming in, right? So the thing is, it's not only unnecessary, it's offensive to think that those individuals have better judgment about things than these individuals do, especially when the thing being judged is these people's business. You know, it's like if they do a shitty job as a restaurant, the market takes care of that. The free market takes care of that. You might say, well, some people are going to get sick from eating there. Well, okay. So are you claiming that the fact that people don't get sick from eating things is because of government regulation? And why don't I get sick all the time from eating food at people's houses and stuff? There's no regulators there. Why don't I get sick? You know, it's like, if in fact there's a need for regulation to prevent individuals from serving other individuals bad food, then why is it the case that I never have any problems eating this unregulated food? Yes. This is how you accurately described the thing. First long street. I was tripping hard today. Wow. And this is how it always is with me. I never realize when I'm tripping hard that I'm tripping hard. When I'm tripping hard, these days, it occurs to me after I've done tripping hard, and when it's gonna come down, like, oh wow, I was tripping hard. Now I'm kind of, coming back down. The nice thing about mushrooms, it's, what time is it? 10:29. We didn't hook this shit up till like almost 5 o'clock. So it's like 5.5 hours later. I'm on the come down. That's nice. It's predictable. It's reliable. Unlike acid, right? That's the contrast here. Is if you're taking acid, you're committing such a long trip. Mrs. Bob, you're so nice. We're chatting amongst ourselves, and host Eric is talking to himself. I will chat and listen. That's a nice way of putting things, That's exactly what's happening. It's so pleasant and nice, and so much nicer than Eric's tripping balls and we're all gawking. It's much nicer the way you put it. I don't want to be undressed with your eyes, okay? I need everybody out there. I'm so done with this already. I'm so done with it. Okay? Everybody needs to stop undressing me with their eyes. Because I am constantly naked. I didn't even realize for a while that you could actually undress me with just your eyes, but my constant nudity would seem to suggest that, yeah, that's what's happening. So Dark Sunshine is talking about the time frame of mushrooms here, and it's kind of the Eric rants about teachers and the packaged meat doesn't have sliced human fingers in it anymore. Those are the best parts, Oliver. That's where the real juicy flavor comes from. Okay? They're from the human finger. It's the real Italian flavor. Is this Camgirl 666? Who is that? It's obviously somebody. I mean, I don't know how that's informative about anything, but I state that anyway. It's obviously somebody. It is somebody. You're just another girl, and you like my hat. Wow, how exciting for me. I'm so excited that you like my hat. Um, I was wondering, in fact, I was thinking to myself, God, I sure hope just another girl likes my hat. And lo and behold, much to my delight, you have informed me that yes, my worries were unnecessary. I was so fretful you wouldn't like it. It's mostly just relief, I guess, that I'm feeling now, that I know that you do like it. But you could call it also a blush of youthful pride and your admiration of my hat. You're like, oh. Oh, senpai. Pay attention to me, senpai. Like that kind of feeling, I guess, I mean. It's called Pet Me Senpai Emotion or something like that. Who's this silly cat here? Oh boy, this cat. Like I was saying earlier, I don't get to decide whether this cat is our cat or not. He's obviously decided he is our cat, and there's nothing I can do about it except just love him as best I can, because, I mean, it's like sometimes reality puts you in a position where, like, my choices are either be bad or just love this cat, you know. And so I just, like, it doesn't matter what I say about it or whatever, I'm just stuck loving this cat. And I do love this cat, and it's a fantastic cat, but I didn't want this cat. I did not ask for this cat. But I have him, and I love him, because he's such a handsome and wonderful gentleman. He's the gentleman caller who cracked the lock on my chastity belt. I just can't, you know, he went, no, it's a stray cat. You know, it's like this stray cat who, it's like, it's been a long saga, okay? It's like, Rachel and I have been trying to figure out what Trouble wants all this time, you know? But it turns out he doesn't want anything, he just loves us. He doesn't want to hump the cat, he doesn't want, I mean, yes, he wants food when he wants food all the time, of course, and he's a big eater. But it didn't matter. It never, like, that was never the issue. The reason he wants to be around me and Rachel and Capillo, and he's just as friendly with Capillo, except Capillo is just not friendly, you know, to anybody except for me and Rachel. And just her personality has always been that way. But this cat just loves us. That's what it is. He doesn't. The reason he's coming around is not for any reason specific that we can satisfy or whatever, or that he'll realize, oh, our cat's not in heat, so not coming into heat, so I'm going to go away and find a cat who is. He was never after that in the first place. He was looking for a family to love him, you know? And when we told him, no, we don't love you, we're not your family, he did not listen to us at all. And we didn't get it. It's like, we didn't get it. That's why he was doing it the whole time. He was never up to anything other than he realized, like, oh, I've never had a family. I'm meant to have a family. I'm an FE dom or something. And I'm really clumsy at it because I never had any practice actually engaging with humans. I don't know how to do this at all, but now here he is fucking lying, sitting right here next to me on this freaking couch. As he insists on doing all the time. You know, it's like he not okay with sitting over there. He has to come sit right next to me. And I was like, unlike a Pio who doesn't like to sit right next to me, and it's like when Capio comes and graces me with her princess presence, I'm just like, oh, Your Majesty, thank you for being around here. Whereas this cat, there's no chance of anybody like missing him or whatever because he will yell at you to pay attention to him. Like, meow, meow, meow. Okay, I see you. Hello. Good morning. I'm sorry I didn't say I greet you. And it's like, it's not even to get food because it's like he's gotten me now to do something I never would have dreamed of doing before, which is I just leave him out here with the door cracked so that he can push himself out if he wants, so he can get food or whatever. I used to be worried about him peeing in here because he did one time a long time ago. But since I let him inside, he doesn't ever pee in here. You know? Weird. He's an ENFJ. He gets it. You know, he understands how to work this situation. He's not dissuaded by his experience in the moment very much. So, yes, I might be mad at him right now, but that's not a general thing that he's going to care about, right? It's like, that's just that experience, temporary, momentary. He still loves me. Yeah, I know he loves me. It doesn't matter that he was mean to me right then, tried to make me go away or whatever. He still loves me. It's like his certainty. He had certainty that I love the shit out of him before I did. Okay? He was wrong at one point. Now he's right. But it's like, you were wrong when you thought that before, ENFJ. Okay? You made me love you, but you made me love you. You were certain the whole time that I already loved you. And I did not love you until you made me love you. So don't tell yourself that you were right the whole time. Who is this person? I mean, are we really just like, I guess they didn't do anything worth turning around. Just playing. Let's all pretend we don't have any intuition or what? I get it. I don't know, because we gotta be TI sound too. One of those things, it's like, if you're arbitrary, it's hard to defend yourself. It's hard to explain or justify why you did something if you did it for arbitrary reasons, right? And if you do too much, say, well, I'm just being arbitrary, then you can't really claim. When you say you take a bath before Rachel time, do you actually take a bath? No, I take a bath. I never take any showers. I used to, but something I have in times in my life. But right now, with this big bathtub that we have in the master bathroom, I never take any showers. I only take baths. You're not a problem. I didn't say you were a problem. Did I? I might have. I don't think I did. I don't think I would have used that word. We should all go to Spain. I agree, Jake Forrest. Let's go there right now. Let's be... You know what? You're wrong, Jake Forrest. It's not that we should all go to Spain. It's that we should all already be in Spain. Right? Do you stand corrected? I think so. I think you do. I think you do stand corrected now. Or Oliver's solution is fine as well. See, I like the way you're putting the onus on the other party there, Oliver. But let's go one further than that, is what I'm saying. And let's just go ahead and put the onus on reality itself and say, we should already be in Spain. It shouldn't even be a question of where, like, going there. And then if we avoid the question entirely by already being there, then the onus is on nobody because we're already there. That's called thinking with your thinking spots. That's called being practical, Oliver. Okay? The difference between you and me is you're not being practical, and I am. Okay? You're suggesting a plan that requires lots of stuff. You know, like, hey, let's tell Spain to get its ass over here. My plan doesn't require us to do anything. So, my plan's better, and therefore more practical, and your plan's shitty and not practical. That's your TE Polar talking, mister. That's your TE Polar talking, okay? Your TE Polar is why you came up with such a shitty plan. Compared to mine, still a lot better than Jake Forrest's original plan, which was that we should all go to Spain. Oh, goodness gracious. Jake Forrest putting the onus of responsibility on us was crazy talk, right? So that's not even qualified as a plan. But your plan qualifies as a plan. It's just a shitty plan, Oliver, compared to my plan, which is perfect. We're already in Spain. So I hope Jake Forrest is ashamed of herself for having such an incredibly shitty idea that it's way below shitty plan. It doesn't even have a name for what it is. It's just, you know, like, just befoulment of some sort that, everybody has to go like this when they come across, terrible, terrible. So, anyway, the point is, it's always a bad idea to suggest to anybody that we go someplace. Because it always makes more sense to say, we already are that place. I suggest that we are in Spain. It's much better always than I suggest we should go to Spain. Or anyplace else, you know. I mean, y'all sit around a room in America. Actually, we all sit around a virtual room like we're doing. And we can just suggest where we all are to each other. And that's probably what we're doing. You know, that's what we're doing right now. That's what I'm doing. It's weird to think about it, right? It's like, here we are together somehow in this virtual non-space that basically like a stable spot of semi-permanence. It's like where the text gives it a kind of permanence quality, and then the fact that it's recorded and you can reference back to it gives it a certain permanence quality, but it's totally, it's not, I'm not really making media, right? It's like, it's just I'm just hanging out. We're just hanging out, right? In this space. It's such a unique confluence of different things. It's hard to really understand exactly what live streaming is as a medium. Oh, Oliver Linehan, considering what I suggest We Are in Spain requires, you have already forsaken your master. You have proven my point. By considering what it requires, you have already proven that my way is better. Your way requires that we consider what my way requires. My way doesn't require that. Right? Mm-hmm. And game, set, match, sir. And match. And a good day to you, sir. And a good day. Our exchange is complete. Today I make a difference in the world by choosing happiness. I mean, that's an interesting perspective. It's basically what I'm saying. The fact that I'm having fun is a moral act, right? And I would say, yeah, it kind of is. It's like everybody's a lot happier when I'm not yelling at people than when I am. Some people will take a certain amount of glee in it, including me maybe, but as a general rule, it seems like my way of expressing self through time, if I'm going to try to measure it in terms of impact or something, on like an experiential level, obviously I impact other people more pleasantly when I'm having fun than when I'm yelling at people. But exactly how much that should weigh into an overarching calculus is another matter, you know? It's an interesting question about whether having fun is an inherently moral sort of way of being, and that not having fun would therefore have some inherent wickedness to it. Interesting question. Yes, Oliver. The rules, but remember, Oliver, you've got to remember, if you don't remember this, your notation will be in vain. The rules of Pretend Land are subject to completely changing at any moment. So you never know whether that's going to work next time or not. Work this time. That's what the rules say in Pretend Land. It works this time, but nobody's in charge of the rules of Pretend Land except the pretend people who are in charge of Pretend Land. And, well, it's hard to convince them of things because they're pretend. I mean, you have to pretend to convince them first. And that can be, you know, people think that's easier than actually convincing people, but it's actually a lot harder to pretend to convince somebody than it is to actually convince them. Especially when they themselves are pretend people. So, you know, you don't have the time or energy to fill out all that paperwork, Oliver. It's the bottom line. So just stop. You're barking up the wrong tree, mister. There's too much paperwork. You don't want any of those paperwork responsibilities. So that's how you dissuade an ISFJ or INFJ from anything. There's a lot of paperwork. Okay, then never mind. I mean, if in fact today I make a difference in the world by choosing to be happy, it's basically the same way as same thing as saying having fun is moral. That's fundamentally what it means. Because presumably you're making a positive difference by being a positive person is the mechanism there, right? So, of course, positivity is good experientially for everybody, but maybe bad for people in a sense of what matters in a larger picture, right? So it's like, it's a tricky question. Yeah, you don't want to. Well, the thing is, it's not so much the pretend land is, it's that this pretend land that I'm telling you about is because those pretend people are terrible. Okay? Blame those pretend people because they're the ones who are responsible. You know, it's like you can't have an authoritarian freaking dystopia without some authoritarian dystopian people in charge of it. That's what those pretend people are. And I say blame them. Their names are Jacqueline and Barnaby. Okay, their names are Jacqueline and Barnaby. Blame them. They should never have been put in charge of pretend land to begin with. Oh, he wasn't an ISTP because his TI wasn't good enough. If he were TI down, he would not have answered any of those TI questions any way that he answered them. You mean the ISFP guy? Yeah. Well, even he didn't think for a second he was ISTP. He thought he was maybe INTJ, which makes sense because it's the same quadra and same absolute values, you know. But he definitely wasn't TI. He had an FI down. What if yelling makes more people happy than sad? Well, I mean, the thing is, that's not something we can measure, right? It's like we can acknowledge that there's a mechanistic link between positivity of output and positivity of reception that is what you call, I guess, it's mechanistically, it's simply that people are not just isolated entities, but to some extent reactive to each other. So, in other words, communicating positivity is a neutral communication inherently, whereas communicating negativity is non-neutral. Even though positivity might sound non-neutral, it's actually neutral. It's saying like, I present no threat, blah, 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 right? So we can establish that engaging in a neutral way causes fewer harms than engaging in a non-neutral way because it causes fewer impacts in general. So even if it were to cause benefits, I mean, the thing is, behaving in a neutral way is to not cause impacts. And behaving in a non-neutral way is to cause impacts. So it's like, there may be benefits to that non-neutrality, but there are also harms. And what I'm saying is, we can't exactly calculate that quality that you're talking about. We can't calculate the extent to which the particular impacts of individuals who deviate from that norm substantiate in favor of this pile or that pile, right? We can only substantiate that as a mechanistic matter, that this produces a non-impactful dynamic, whereas this produces an impactful one. Since we can't measure the impacts, we prefer the non-impactful one. And the thing is, you can ask that question, but you can't answer it, right? You can ask the question, what if my yelling people makes more people happy than me not yelling at people? Well, we can't answer the question as to whether it does. That's the problem. We're asking a conditional and saying, well, what if this state of affairs were the case? There's no way to determine whether or not that state of affairs is the case, whereas the other thing, we can be very determinate about it. And so that's why we don't think like that. That's why we don't think like that. Because That's wrong. It's basically a form of category error, you know? But I've noticed that people like to use category errors a lot of times to be provocative, even if they're not. You know, it's interesting. It's like the question of intentionality is so central to this notion of provocation, right? Like, to be provocative is to intentionally, yeah, or whatever. But I find that people use category errors a lot of times, and that coincides with provocativeness. The issue of whether they're using that category error to be provocative, or whether they're provocative because they're possessed by that category error, is a tricky question to answer, you know? I mean, yeah, Oliver Linehan, well, he really had a spirited dissent to make against the legal process in pretend land, which I admit was quite robust and convincing. But fortunately, since it was pretend land, I was able to deflect onto some pretend people. Otherwise, he would have had me responsible for something, probably, you know. Because he was probably right about whatever we were pretending to argue about. But I didn't like that. So, you know, fortunately, some pretend authoritarians intervened on my behalf against my wishes. I did not want this, okay? They intervened on my behalf to force the issue to make Oliver wrong and me correct, but I had no control over that because I can't control what those pretend people do, right? Only they can control that. And so I'm on Oliver's side. It was appalling injustice what happened to him there, is the point. And it had nothing to do with me. It was somebody else's fault. You know, I used to use this torch to scare away trouble when you try to get in the house, right? And now oh yes, I'm sorry. I know I was a bad daddy back in the day, huh? Daddy's learned his lesson. I am so sorry. I will never make you go away again. You win. I will always feed you, I will always let you in. And I will never make you go away again. And I will always love you. Even though I never wanted to, I do. And I feel bad about how I used to try to make you go away. It's like, I didn't understand why you wanted to come around all the time. I'm sorry. I'm out of paper towels? Well, I mean, like, how much mucus can I possibly have in me, right? You guys, you've been here for a while. You've probably been watching me. How long has this been going on for? About 4 hours? Huh. That's right, because before I even started this live stream, I had this whole puking thing, and then I took a bath, and I had sexual intercourse. And then I started talking about sexual intercourse, which I always think is strange when start to think about it. Or talk about it. Trying to understand why it is the way it is. There's no reason for it. I remember what the answer I came up with. That was right now. Now I remember. It's all Rachel's fault. That's whatever's so confusing to me about sex. I don't need to worry about it anymore. Because it's all Rachel's fault. She's the one who's making me fuck her. Okay? Because she keeps being there and needing that for some reason, and it's her fault, and I don't need to think about why. Okay? It just is. Somehow it's her fault. Anyway, then I started this stream. So that's why I feel like I've been tripping longer than 4 hours. It's because I didn't start this until a good, hour and a half or 2 hours after I ate the mushrooms, I guess. Anyway, what a strange trip that was. I guess I was tripping pretty hard. Because, I don't really remember a lot of it. When that happens, I was tripping pretty hard. Well, I'm not exactly sure where her liability comes from exactly. Why it is that it's her fault. But I know that the tits don't help. The tits are not helping at all. Okay? But partially why it's her fault is her tits. If she didn't want to get fucked, she shouldn't have those big old titties on her all the time. So she carries them around all the time, too. Just almost flaunting brazenly in front of me like, hey, look at me. Hey, you, lady. You better watch out with those things. You better watch yourself. Because it's just scofflaw. There's nothing scofflaw about it, It's like flaunting the no seatbelt law in front of a police officer by hanging out the window and showing your bare ass to the police officer. Something like that. Being a scofflaw. There's only one way, of course, that she's going to be held accountable for her scofflaw ways. There's only one way to treat this problem, okay? She's never going to learn anything unless I fuck it into her, okay? It's the only way it's going to happen. I can tell. I can tell right away. But this is the only way that we're going to get anywhere with this problem first. That she has. Okay. She has this problem. And the only way I'm going to solve it for her, it's going to involve fucking in some way, Because apparently, I guess something must be falling out of her holes or something. So I need to keep plugging them up or something. I don't know. The mechanics of it are weird. This is why I'm just saying it's Rachel's problem, not mine. I don't have to think about it. Okay. Anyway. Well, a while ago I was feeling very guilty about this cat. I'm glad I'm not feeling guilty about this cat right now. That was sad. I don't like to think about sad things like that. But you know what? It's fine. I always feel that way. I used to feel guilty about not loving Rachel enough before I knew who she was. It's weird. It's like, how can you feel guilty about that? Well, no, it's true, Eric. You didn't pay much attention to her before you knew who she was or had met her or anything. She was just another commenter. How can you feel guilty about that? You didn't know at the time to treat her like a princess because she wasn't one yet. You know, so you can't feel guilty about that. That's the dumb thing to feel guilty about. But my behavior over the cat is kind of like the same thing. You know, it's like I didn't know that he wanted to be loved. I thought he just wanted something, you know. I kept trying to figure out what it was. Oh, wonderful kitty. Yes. It's okay, I'm just kidding. Oh, yes. Very good and wonderful kitty. Still kind of wild. But, you know, I don't know why I was using paper towels. I could just use my underwear the whole time. Softer than the paper towels. Anyway, bring this back to the important issue of where all this mucus is coming from. Why is there so much mucus coming out of my nose? How does it keep replenishing itself? And where's that cup of coffee I made a little while ago that I forgot about? Are all important questions. Well, you know what, Mr. Coffee? I'm proud of you. This time, I'm not going to yell at you. I'm proud of you. You stayed hot. And you stayed plenty hot for me to melt the creamer in. You did a great job. I'm not gonna make the same mistake I made last time. You may recall, if you were here, last time I yelled at the coffee and it really wasn't its fault. And I regretted it. It's just like with a cat, you know? This time I went with the positive reinforcement and said, hey, you did a phenomenal job of staying hot enough, even though I didn't get you out of the microwave right away. And I appreciate it. Because nobody wants to have to just stir and stir and stir forever. You just want it to melt right away. But as long as they can't actually melt, it's fine. An ISFP chick that you know told me, I love too many people to ever commit to one. It sounds more like an ESFP move than an ISFP, but possibly. I mean, I did notice in that ISFP, his head went up earlier, that he's very like, he doesn't need a lot of whatever to be satisfied. Like, he's got everything he needs to be satisfied within himself. He's got all access to all the particularist stuff one way or another. So even SI is 6. So he doesn't have the same need for somebody to love him, you know? Like, he knows how to love himself. guess, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it either. The thing is, the problem with playing the field is like, well, let's say you're imagining yourself eventually, you do imagine yourself eventually finding somebody you want to be with. And you just want to make sure you've tried out enough people first. Well, the problem with that is the sort of position that it puts the other person in necessarily. So it precludes them from doing the same thing. They necessarily have to wait for you to decide which among your choices is best. Or you just have to deal with the fact that they're the same as you and they're deciding, and if the timing's not right, you might come back and pick the best person. And also, it also suggests that nobody's exactly right. You're trying to find which outfit you like better or something. But that's not how it works at all. In fact, you kind of have to, if you want to be in any kind of a long-term relationship, you got to begin with the thing like, okay, we're going to pretend like we already know for sure that you're the one I'm with and you're the one I'm going to be with, and act like it. And then if it fails, it fails, but it won't be because we started off with a belief and a fundamental frame of reference that it was going to fail, you know? So, I don't know. That's how I think about it. But of course, if you don't ever want to settle down with a single person, you just want to fuck all the time. I mean, well, it's like Jake Forrest says. Although I don't know from a girl's angle, from a dude's angle, when I was dating or trying to get, like, when I was trying to bang this one chick this one time, it's basically the story. When I was trying to bang this one chick this one time, it took weeks to get the job done of a lot of, like, chatting her up and shit, you know? I don't have time for that shit. I really do not have time for this banal nonsense. Like, hey cutie, how you doing? Or whatever shit people say to each other. I do not have time for that. And it's not worth it. It's like, how much fucking time did I put into banging this chick? And then how long did it take to actually bang her? Like 15, 20 minutes or whatever? I mean, and woo, hooray. No, it's not worth it at all. No, not at all. It's totally not worth the time, energy, whatever. And then if you do make it happen, you think, okay, God, that took so much time and energy to make that happen. That needs to stay like a regular thing I can hit occasionally. And then you have to realize you have to continue to put in effort to make it stay regular. It's just like, okay, fuck this noise. This is not worth anything at all. I don't even know why I'm doing this. It's like, it seems to be this thing that happens not of my decision making at all. Like, you know, like, why am I going after, like, why do I find myself, when I'm single, why did I find myself being like, oh, that girl, I'm going to just talk to her. Why do I do that? Well, it's not me deciding to do that exactly. It's like some biological thing that's going like, me want hump girl or something. So it's a waste of time, is the point. Because, let me tell you, that guy who wants to hump girl, you will shut him up for a minute or two, you know, by humping that girl. But he's just going to come back and want to hump some other girl. You can't listen to that guy at all. That guy's an idiot. He's never satisfied by whatever. He just is like, oh, me hump girl again? Me hump that girl? Me hump girl over here? Me hump girl over there? That guy, you can't listen to him for shit. He's a complete moron. He doesn't know what to do at all. He's never will know. You listen to him, you'll be all walking all over the place having all kinds of problems. And you spend all of your time looking at boobs and stuff. You got other things to do in life besides just looking at boobs. I know, they're enticing. You can't help but look at them. I get it. When there's a couple of boobs in front of you, it's hard to think about something other than boobs, right? But there are other things in life besides boobs. Here's the point. Banging someone I don't love or like has no benefits other than tiring me out, so I mean, it's not like I was trying to bang girls I disliked. Okay. I didn't. This chick I was trying to bang, I didn't really. Well, I mean, I knew her. Like, I guess you'd say I liked her fine. You know, it's like I didn't dislike her. I thought she was cool. I always thought she was fine. She was anti-PO, you know. It's like she was this lady who was my friend's wife's sister, and who, when Delilah was little, she would sometimes be around or whatever, like, because she had kids the same age, basically. Well, she had Devin, who was basically the same age as Charlie and Delilah. He was like a year or two older. And so we'd go do things together, like go to the Universal Studios. I remember this one time I went to Universal Studios. But she, you know, like she'd show up for, the kids would be, she was around a lot. Anyway, the point is I always wanted to bang her. And finally I did. When I really wanted to bang her originally, I really wanted to bang her because she was really like, you know. When I did bang her, she was still pretty. Now she's a complete fucking wreck. But the point is, at least I did get to bang her before she got to be a complete wreck, I guess. The point, I guess the thing is, it was worth it because now I have this reference to tell. You know, it's like, I needed to have that experience. I never really had it before of like trying to date. Like pursuing a woman for the purpose of banging her. Rather than whatever, you know. How did I feel about her post-banging? The same. I mean, she was cool. I wanted to bang her again. So I wanted to preserve the capacity to bang her again. You know, when I wanted to make sure that when I did encounter her again, that we would again have sexual intercourse. That we wouldn't be doing something else, right? So the thing is, I mean, we'd start doing something else. We'd start like go to lunch or whatever. But we'd do something else that would provide me necessarily an opportunity to bang her afterwards. So in other words, we'd do something where I could buy her drinks. So that I could be sure I was going to bang her afterwards. Because she liked to drink. You know, she liked to drink and she liked to have sexual intercourse. But the point is, my feelings for her were the same as they always were. She's cool. She's fine, you know. It's like, you know, it's not like I had any conversations really with her. She'd say things like, I like meow. I'd say, oh, cool. Why do you like meow? Because meow feels good. Okay, cool. What else do you have to say? I also like meow. Oh, really? And why is that? Because meow feels good too. Okay, cool. Would you like another margarita? Yes, I would. Okay, great. Here you go. Have one. I don't drink myself, but I'm fully in favor of you having as many margaritas as you want, sweetheart. You know, it's like it's not like I'm taking advantage of anybody, for fuck's sake. She was like, I don't know, 40 or something, and had a kid, and, you know, and this is just how she rolls, you know. Anyway, it turned out to be more trouble than it was worth. except for the ability to reference it as such, which is a utility that just served many times since. That's the purpose of SI stories for me, is to illustrate points. So the point of this is dating is too time consuming. And I have an example to prove that I know what I'm talking about. I've had experienced it myself. I'm not just making this shit up. That's the purpose of having an SI story, is that you go, nope. Not only is what I'm saying true, but I can tell you a personal experience as well to back it up. I know with shit like, I like sailing. Oh, really? What do you like about sailing? I like the way the wind is, and, the way it feels when you're sailing. Cool. Yeah, I get seasick myself, but that's cool. I'm glad to hear that you like sailing. Yeah, I also like hiking. Really? And you have any more details you'd like to share? It feels fun. Cool. That does sound fun. Here, let me refill your drink. She was just making conversation. She just didn't have anything to make conversation with because she's unipolar, the ISFP. So it's like she's trying to be cool and do something with her into the conversation besides just me talking. I'm trying to incorporate her and be like even about shit, but she doesn't really have anything to say. She like she'd have to come up with something. She goes, well, I like this, I like that. What is there to say? You're buying me lunch and drinks to fuck me. There's not much else to say about it. I mean, I don't know if she was an easy lay or not. It took me a long time it took me weeks of effort to better. But she wasn't. I mean, she had to be unusual to some extent, in that I definitely wasn't good at what I was attempting to do. I was learning on the fly. I was very poor at it at the time. I just come out of my second marriage. I had never attempted such a thing before, and I did a terrible job of it, I will tell you. But she was patient, and I sort of waded out through a couple of my missteps here and there, social missteps or whatever, not getting how this whole thing works at all. And, it all played out like it played out. And then, hilariously, I don't see her again until fucking whatever day that was, New Year's Eve or Christmas or whatever, that I went over to Corey's house and we did that DMT, and Rachel got serotonin syndrome plus whatever other kind of toxic drug interaction thing she had happen. Well, the other thing that happened was Capillo took my phone that night. Capillo shows up as we're tripping balls or whatever out of nowhere and starts trying to feed me chocolate because she's rolling fucking drunk. Like, oh, that's a chocolate. It's good. I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing here? And oh, how weird. And how big you've gotten. But the thing is, she took my phone. I couldn't find it. I thought it was at Corey's house. Turns out she had it. So then Rachel had to go down there and get my phone from her. Because Rachel called with her phone, and then Capillo was confused and thought, oh my God, is this your phone that I have? She's like, no, I'm calling you from my phone. Whose phone is this then that I have? It's Eric's phone. I had to drive down. She still lives in the same fucking place. I had to drive down there and get it from her. Pretty funny, huh? Pretty funny. Yeah, I know. When people think that Oliver's experience doesn't represent everybody's experience, I'm offended on Oliver's behalf. Because it does. Okay, that includes you, Boba Fett. It includes you, just another girl. Yeah, I said your name. Woohoo. Congratulations. Oh, wonderful kitty. Such a true and good friend. I do regret not playing the guitar when I was tripping really balls, you know. I picked it up, but I ended up just talking to it, you know. That's what I am, ultimately. I'm a talker, you know. Well, I don't like boats and doing things, Jake, so instead we had lunch and drinks for her. That's close enough to doing things. I'm still spending money on her, it's good enough. What more does she want? Yeah, it's like, she's not looking for love either, right? She's just looking to get laid too. So, that's too much expecting of me to go do things like that. Lunch and drinks is my... Since neither of us are in for the long haul here, I'm more than happy to be chivalrous and get the fact that because you're the chick, I gotta buy you lunch and drinks. But not more than that. Not go out and do things and whatever. If we're just both know we're just getting laid, there's no reason for that stuff. That's too much stuff. If you're both on the same page that this is not a long-term thing, then there shouldn't be a bunch of other nonsense. And that's the thing. It's like I could be okay with that, but it had to be very clear that this is we are agreeing that this is what this is, and not anything else. And then it was okay. I could be okay with that, but I needed to have that status defined one way or the other. You know, I couldn't tolerate it not being defined clearly as either we're in a relationship or we never will be. Right? I can't have it any other way. And once we're in a relationship, then I act a certain way, which is act like I love you, you know, because you're my partner and stuff. And if I'm lucky, after many failures, I'll end up with somebody I actually do love. And that'll be like, wow, so that's what these words mean. I've been using these words this whole time, but I didn't know what I was saying, really. Well, I always told every girl how I loved her so much. And I always said things like, but this time I really mean it. You know, but this time I really do mean it. And the other times I was lying. I didn't know I was lying. I didn't know I was lying. So I wasn't really lying. I was just totally wrong and just showing my blind spot, thinking that your feelings are something you decide. Yeah. Well, they're arbitrary, subjective, so I decide them. This is how I feel. They're not You don't get to decide how you feel. I was wrong about that, it turns out. One of those things that occasionally happens. We get wrong about something. It usually ends up in disaster for everybody. All of those relationships are predicated on my wrong belief that I got to decide how I felt. You don't get to decide that. Nobody gets to decide that. I'm a big fan of you and who you are, Rachel Apollosa. You're the real hero here, Rachel Apollosa. You're the one who's taken on the impossible job of dating me. That makes you the hero that we've all been waiting for. Okay? You've taken on a job that no sane person would want to have. And not only have you taken it on, you seem to be happy. You seem to be happy to be dating me. So, that's just spectacular news for both of us. If you're happy to be dating me, well, gosh, I mean, we're off to a fantastic beginning. Because I do not expect that to be the case. I'm assuming, you know, that, okay, I'll date you, Eric, but you're going to have to provide the following things, or else, you know, you're going to have to begin with the fact that I don't like you. And I'm dating you anyways. So, you're going to have to do a lot to show me that you deserve this. Because I don't like you. Well, of course you don't, I think to myself. That's why I have to do things to get you. You know, it's like, if you liked me, then I don't know what that would be like, but the point is, you obviously wouldn't be my girlfriend, because that's never happened to me before. But that's the thing, past performance is no guarantee of future outcomes. I tell you who does like me, though. It's not just Rachel who likes me. And that's wonderful news that she does, but it's also this kitty. This kitty likes me, even though he doesn't really have any good reason to like me. I haven't given him any good reason to like me. But he likes me anyway. Because he's such a good guy. He was patient until I realized that I loved him too. And here he is dreaming about something. He's a deep sleeper compared to Capilla. His mouth's moving all around. Hey, what are you doing? Are you talking? Are you biting something in your dreams? I wonder what he's imagining right now as he's moving his mouth all around. You never know. It's hard to say what a cat's dreaming of, for sure. When you're drunk on FI, you type on FI as like a dog eating chocolate. No, I don't think I'm too drunk on FI. I'm talking about things that are FI related, but hopefully maintaining a certain dry distance from them, I guess. it is important ultimately that you respect your own feelings and you learn that you can't decide them. But it's only important if you're an FI polar person like me. Otherwise, those things are obvious, you know. Boy, I still have so much mucus. Like, we never really did answer the question of where it's all coming from, you know. Jan Jams. Eric, could you tell me how NI works on INFP? How TE fourth is? You skipped TE on your fourth functions video, by the way. INFP NI. Well, I mean, the thing is, an INFP is going to think about an FE tool user. Is going to think, that's this person. That's not how you use FE. And an NI DOM is going to think about an INFP. That's not how you use NE. And the reason they're going to think about that is because to them, NE and NI are complements. But when it's your tool function, they're not. In other words, NI to you has an INFP's operational value of NE is just a way to prevent you from using your tool function usually, unless you're the source of it. So, in that regard, you're making the truth instrumental in a way that an NI DOM is going to say, that's not how you use NI or NE, or that an NE DOM is going to say, that's not how you use NI or NE, because of course, you're treating both the intuitions as instrumental values, not absolute. It doesn't make them weak or bad. It just means they're serving a greater purpose for you rather than being the greater purpose that's served for you. So, the greater purpose that they're serving for you is the high resolution experience of what matters to you personally. And the idea that intuition is often best served to constrain is inherently offensive to you. That's what I'd say about NI. Because NI is a constraining function. It's like 6-slot NI is countervalued because the INFP wants to monopolize the constraining aspect of NI for when they want to use it. And the reason they want to do that is because once you've NI'd something, it naturally leads to SE, which is their polar. In other words, if you have clarity about a given matter, there's no further reason to discuss it, you might as well just do it, right? Well, for an INFP, there's almost always more reason to discuss it, and it's almost never the right time for them to end discussion and act. And if it is, they want to be the ones to say that. They don't ever want reality to dictate that to them. So, that's what I have to say about INFP and I, is that it can be very good as long as it comes from them, but if you try to put it onto them, they're gonna not like it at all. And so stop trying to stop my NE from NEing. Like that. I mean, like, if NI does come out of an INFP, you're wise to trust it. It's good intuition. It's just, you're not going to get it on demand. You're going to get the opposite on demand, which is more more NE. That's the operational value. If pressed, you'll get NI, and they'll give it to you, but a lot of times the NI they'll give you is like along the lines of, well, particularist matters make this NI proof. That you'll get that kind of NI, you know. So, and it's true maybe, and it's determinate, so it counts as NI, and it's concise and holistic, but it's basically an NI way of denying NI its domain, I guess. But you don't always get that. Sometimes you get more real NI-ish kind of things. Like, you know, INFPs sometimes make fantastically resonant shit that requires NI predominantly. So, certainly, they understand that when they are doing things, that their NI has to do the thing that it's doing. It's supposed to be doing. It fulfills its instrumental role. Like if you look at Dulles' video on interpreting some data from typing sessions of mine, that had really great NI conceptually. It was what it was, right? It's like it was clear what he was saying, his point, all that kind of stuff. But in the actual process of executing that video, he had to attain the NI at effort, right? Like he had to edit stuff, plan stuff, make sure he didn't carry on too long. And it required restraint, it required effort to make himself more concise, not effort to make himself more expansive. So in that regard, the NI was great from a third party's perspective if you just take away on the biggest picture and you're not worrying about how exactly he got there, right? Funny how when I'm really trying to think things through and give good answers to things, I have to look down to the ground. I don't see anything in my visual field to distract me or something, I guess. What does tool function NI look like? Well, like, you know, from an NE DOM's perspective, it looks like that's not how you use NI. It's not instrumental to the thing. But, you know, from a tool function user's perspective, they're like, okay, well, the thing here is, why else, I mean, you can't, how, the truth has no value except insofar as it's useful to people, or used by people, or influences something in some fashion. And it's hard to dispute that, but what that ultimately means, is the thing is, if you're an NI tool user, you're SI polar. So ultimately, you're an interfacer. Your strengths are in interfacing. Your tool function is in knowing, so it's your operational value. But your deficit is in knowing the particulars. So you're going to, an NI tool user is going to always underestimate the role of the particularist elements in a given thing, and or simply focus on those things that don't have such a role. If you see the NI tool user ENFJ on a loan during this season, what you really saw the whole time was SI polar. His words and everything were about NI truth, but if you were paying attention to what was actually going on, he just didn't notice any of these horrible things that were happening to him like everybody else did. As much as, right? He didn't discomfort, being cold, being hungry, all those physical sensations that go along with SI, he just didn't notice them in the same way that other people did. So, as much. So, of course, when he's telling his stories about things, he's explaining about how this is a universal human ability to push your own limits and and attain these things, but it's specific to him, right? But he doesn't get anything being specific to him because he's anti-tool, which means nothing's ever particularized or specific to anybody. It's always general. Like, so when we first got here, they dropped us off in planes and boats and helicopters and said, "Here's your gear, see you later." But of course, you know, no, when you arrived on the island, you were dropped off in one of those ways. You know, and to him it doesn't matter which one it was or who it was, because those are specific details that don't matter, right? So he's ENFJ's NI tool, or also ENTJ's NI tool. It ultimately is the overkill, in my opinion, of what matters instead of what's important. In both cases, like ENTJs, they constantly, from my perspective, use what matters in support of what's important, which is totally backwards, okay? And for ENFJs, we're on the same page about what matters, but they keep saying, like, and this matters, and this matters, and this matters, and I go, but only some of those things actually matter. I agree with you about what kind of things matter in general, okay? But you're not accounting for the fact that some of those things don't actually matter for particularist reasons. So that's what I think about NI tool, is that it's lacking in SI epistemologically, and so it's got a tendency towards wrongness on one of two ways. That's what I think about it. But it's hard to describe NI tool without immediately, for me, describing SI polar, because that's what makes it NI tool more than anything else, is this shocking absence of SI. And to me, it's shocking. It's like, how could anybody tell an anecdote about their arrival on an island and say, we were dropped off in these three ways, when he was dropped off in one of those ways? I do this. It's crazy to me, but the absence of SI is like, wow. I can ask you a question about what you have for breakfast, and you will tell me I usually have mia several times before I get through to you. No, I want to know what you actually had this morning. It's crazy. That's what's so crazy about it, you know? It's like the SI polar doesn't even interpret specific questions as actually asking specific things. They just assume that you don't want to actually know the specifics. You just want the takeaway. No, I actually want the specifics. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, they can't answer it. It's not that they're not answering it because they're being evasive. It's like the last thing that occurs to them is to check their memory of what actually happened, because they have very little of it. And when you ask a polar person to relive in their memory the actual progression of events when they were at the restaurant, it's like impossible for them. They know they went to the restaurant maybe, and they maybe even, if you're lucky, know what they got, but probably they might. If so, there's some reason, like, well, I know I got this because I left some for my husband and put a note out for him or something like that. Anyway, But you definitely won't get them to be able to recount in anecdotal ways their time there in the way that an SI person could. Like, yeah, sure, I walked in the door and I remember seeing this family that was sitting to the left, and that one guy had like all these tattoos on him, and I thought like, wow, I got really tatted up. And then we walked up towards the counter, and they can't do that. They just cannot do it. The thing is, what they remember instead is, well, Boba Fett. The thing is, it's not that they don't know what they had for breakfast this morning. They can remember it. It's that they are going to assume you don't want to know that, would you ask them? They're going to assume you actually want some useful piece of information, not anything particular like that that's not useful at all. So, okay, if you're asking what I had for breakfast this morning, you must be asking what I eat for breakfast in general for some reason, because why else would you want to know what I have for breakfast? Like, if I have what I had for breakfast this morning might be anomalous to what I normally have for breakfast. And if you're asking about my breakfast, you must have some reason for that. So I will tell you what I usually have for breakfast. And then at the opposite end of the boat, you've got people like who are SINTE who tell you a whole bunch of particulars with no point, right? And what is the point of this? Well, the point is, then I went to the cat food aisle, and then I got the cat food. Okay? And then what? And then I went to the dairy aisle, and then I got some milk, and then what did you do? And then I went to the register and I paid for it. Okay, fantastic. And your point is? I'm telling you about it now. That's my point. I'm telling you what I did earlier. It's like, that's the opposite of too much NI. It's just too much SI. It's just like a bunch of details with no point. So, I think it's better to have too few details and a point than to have too many details and no point. But that's my bias, It's like there's no reason to prefer that except I'm a communication type, and I'm expressing the fact that, well, I mean, I'm doing my job, right? I'm caring about what matters instead of, because it's like my job by virtue of the fact that I'm not enabled to care about important things very well, And yes, sure, the distinction between important and what matters here is it's just a fun use of terms. They're not very well defined. And I don't mean them to be used as official formal terms or anything. I'm just saying, it's like basically, I'm talking about what matters. What I mean is like, what's most relevant at the largest frame, and what's important is what's most impactful at the most particular frame. So what's most impactful to you is important. What's most relevant on a larger frame is not considering what's impactful to you personally, unless it's representative of some larger issue, right? So on that level, I'm basically just saying what matters is representing their both intuition and disinterest, and what's important is representing sensing and interest. And the reason I'm using those two terms is because both of them have equally positive sounding meanings, right? Important is important. It is. And what matters, matters. It does. And the difference is that what matters does. What's important is. What matters cascades, whereas what's important does not. Who's Kingsley? Kingsley, what's that guy's name? Kingsley Amos or something like that? A writer? British writer named Kingsley? What's the other? Alexis Kingsley. Oh, right, that name sounds familiar. Wasn't there a Kingsley British writer named whose first name was Kingsley? I think so. I'm curious about who that might be. I want to say Kingsley Amos, but I don't think that's right. Huh. I could Google it, but you could Google it too. You could Google it and tell me. Try Kingsley and then English writer and see what comes up. Okay, fine, I'll do it myself. Since my hints apparently are landing on deaf ears, I will do it myself. But I'm hinting to you guys that I want you to do it. You don't care what I want. That's fine. I shouldn't expect you to care what I want. That's wrong with me. Okay, so let me Google this thing here. Kingsley Amos. Amos? Yeah, it is Kingsley Amos. It is Kingsley Amos. It was just spelled differently than I was imagining it was spelled. It's A-M-I-S. Not O-S, Eric. Oh, you silly boy. Kingsley Amos, yeah. And his son, Martin Amos, is the writer whose book I read that made me aware more of who Kingsley Amos is. Because Kingsley Amos is the father of the guy who wrote the book that I read. Anyway, that's a great first name. Kingsley? Kingsley? I like that. That's a great first name. It's fine as a last name. I'm not criticizing Alexis Kingsley's last name, okay? I think it's great as a last name too. Yeah, the book was really good. Hey, Matt! How nice to see you. How wonderful to see you. I love you, and I often think of you. It makes me sad that neither of us has enough SE to hang out. Neither of us really do a lot of whole extroverted sensing thing. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Matt. You can use as many caps as you want, however you want, and you won't hear anything from me. You are even, by a special decree of me, permitted grammatical mistakes, punctuation mistakes, anything you want. You're not going to hear a single word of critique from me. Other people are not necessarily afforded the same privilege, okay? Other people may hear corrections from me if they make grammatical mistakes or something, but not you, sir. Not you. You get special treatment. very corrective. It's unusually corrective you, Peter, didn't teach you when you say TI concludes and NI discerns, because one's a form of judgment and the other a form of perception. That's correct. I don't have any objection to that. That makes sense, what you said. Are you accustomed, you're probably a lot more accustomed to me going, Peter didn't teach you, you are wrong. In this case, that makes perfectly good sense, what you're saying. So congratulations. I'm agreeing with you. Matt's an old friend, an important friend, significant. You know, SI makes a big difference to me. And, you know, I value my relationships more than I behave like I value them. I value my relationship with Matt a lot, but I don't behave like I value it very much. You know, I don't call him or anything. But yeah, he's great. He's fantastic. He's got some really genius songs too. Like if you were hanging out, you know what? Maybe you know what you should do. Okay, look, Matt, listen. We do have mushrooms still. We've got another eighth of mushrooms, and well, I mean, one way or another, we can make it go adequately for you and me and Rachel. Even if we have to get more mushrooms, we get more mushrooms. If you want to come over, and like tomorrow, not tomorrow because I gotta wait a day in between at least, the next day, and we could do mushrooms. The day after that, my dad's gonna be out of town. Huh? That's it's putting some real SE on your plate there, Matt. I'm saying, what day is it today? Well, now it's Sunday, sort of, technically. So I'm talking about Monday or Tuesday. Either of those 2 days. You should come over and hang out, and we should do mushrooms. You know how it is. Sometimes it's important to do mushrooms. It cleans you up. Gets all the spiritual ickiness out of you. What's my friend's type? I think he's an INTP. He might be an INFP. One time I tried doing some TI questions with him when he was drunk, and I was like, oh shit, this guy an INFP? He might be an INFP. For a long time I assumed he was an INTP, but I think he probably was. He's probably an INFP. Because he got like his philosophy degree and shit though, so I don't know. I never really tested him properly. Anyway, he's fallen back to his introvert ways, apparently. You know those introverts. They're not necessarily that, like, hey, here I am all the time. Those are just standing there and not making noise. It's like, hey, how am I supposed to remember you're here if you're not constantly making noise? At the end of the day, I'll always doubt it. IKL? What does IKL mean? What are you attesting to, Rachel? My beloved, sweet, spectacular darling. Just out of curiosity. In case anybody's been in case I've been at any point unclear about this, Rachel is my spectacular darling. Okay? None of the rest of you get to have her at all. Just to be clear. I'm pissing around my territory here. Okay? Don't none of you be trying to pick up on Rachel. If you were thinking about it. I wouldn't blame you for thinking about it, but no sir. You just don't even try it. It's my Rachel. If you cared, you would remember about your friend. That's not true. What you really mean is, if I cared, I would take action. But that's also not true. I do remember, I just don't take action. And neither of those things are determinant about whether I care. Oh yeah, the introverts sitting in there not making noise. Yeah, introverts tend to do that. Which is good because, I mean, otherwise he would listen to me. There wouldn't be anybody listening to me if there weren't any introverts. Dude, you take action, you just don't remember. Well, you know, Ruben, I was telling Rachel the other day, you are my absolutely favorite ENFJ. I really like you a lot. You're like this cat here. Except, unlike this cat, I liked you right away. I did not misunderstand my feelings about you. This cat had to really kind of hit me over the head with it because I kept thinking he was being FI. He wasn't being FI and trying to get what he wanted. He was being FE, and trying to tell me, hey, idiot, you love me. I'm your cat. I was like, what do you want? But he was right. This is one of those things where the ENFJ knows best. This cat definitely knew better than I what the actual truth was, because for him, it was always only instrumental. In this case, he was right, because the actual truth was something subjective. So, I was too dumb to see it. Now I do. You've taught me well, kitty. You've taught me the ways of love. Thank you, O noble ENFJ kitty, for reversing the benefactor-beneficiary relationship such that I benefit from learning from you the wisdom of love. I do love you, Matt. I love you very much. I love Ruben, but I love you way more than Ruben. You and I have history. We have a lot of history. Ruben's just fun. Ruben's great fun. I love Ruben, but I mean, I love Ruben, but I love you. No offense to Ruben. Ruben's fantastic. Okay, but Ruben and I don't have deep history, right? That's the SI thing. Here's another SI thing. I'm about ready to wrap this up, I think, pretty soon. I'm feeling I'm feeling what they call in the Netherlands tired. But not really. I'm sort of like, I'm tired, but it's kind of like a non-sleepy kind of tired, I guess. I'm definitely going to play some guitar before I wrap this up. I do have to pee right now. So I'm going to pee. Then I think I'm going to play some guitar and then I'll wrap this up. And at some point I'm going to have to clean up this mountain of paper towels I have over here as a monument to all my dead mucus. Anyway, we have a little time. Don't feel rushed or anything. Okay. Party's still going for a little while longer. I'm just giving you a heads up that I'm thinking about stuff that it is related to what happens after this is done at some point. That's all. I'm not making any promises or threats of any actual change of affairs here. I'm just saying, and that says a lot by saying very little. But what I tell you says even more is the sound of me going pee. That says everything we need to know right now, which is, that feels good. That's a relief. Do you think that's the case, Ruben? Do you think different bits of my mucus were better than other bits of mucus? You didn't. I will note the lack of commitment to coming over to my house and doing mushrooms with me. Is strikingly notable, Matthew. Good. Well, sure, it puts all the onus on moving yourself on you instead of me. That's true. It does do that. But I am providing mushrooms in exchange. That's a fair deal. Unless you already have a mushroom connection, in which case you're like, well, whatever, I get mushrooms any time. But for me, I didn't have one until recently, so it's like, hey, wow, I got mushrooms. Oh. Oh. Sometimes the feeling of going urine is just overwhelming. Like, I can't even talk anymore hardly to it. I'm just like, why have I been holding my pee? No reason for that. Just go pee sooner next time, Eric. And you won't feel such a sense of relief when you do. It's like, it's not like you're saving time somehow, like you think you might be, or I don't know. You can't save time by holding your pee. It may seem like you'd be able to, but somehow you can't. So for those of you who are staunch advocates on the matter of holding your pee to save time, you can just put away that advocacy right now. It doesn't withstand scrutiny. Ultimately, there's no time saving to be accomplished while holding your pee. Years of testing have taught me this. We're going to start with the most important song, which is, of course, Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty. because who's sitting next to me right now? Why, it's a wonderful kitty. So obviously I have to sing a song for the wonderful kitty. After that we can address other matters, but first and foremost, a wonderful kitty must be sung a song. And that song should be called Wonderful Kitty. Even though Wonderful Kitty was technically written about the other cat, it applies to this cat as well. It just does. This cat is also, in fact, in a lot of ways, an even more wonderful kitty. Although I agree, I thought that was impossible. Surely, Eric, Capilla is the most wonderful kitty of all. Well, yes, for sure, but this kitty's pretty damn wonderful too. Maybe this kitty's the most wonderful of all. Hard to say. They're both very wonderful is the point. Okay, here we go. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you get clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. Petting time too. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, hooray! Yes, that was for you, wonderful kitty. That was for you. I mean, the thing is, a lot of times when people think that there's an eclipse, it's actually just my penis casting a shadow on the world. Okay, so it's important to remember that. Let's see what else I shall play now here today. Well, I think I'm gonna play this song here. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want those guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in my pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, walk right. He doesn't want you guys to realize that Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men. Always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll have the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. pretty good. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine taser tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work of that rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing fact list to list. So how all the people should shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly here now. He won't provide explanation regarding the how or the why. He'll see you, I know you, from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald knows his part. And Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, the where, now, and what. Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Oh, Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. 'Cause Gerald has a thought. Well, that wasn't too bad. We need to see. We need to ban happening down by our means to judge. Logics of life, which are massively unlike and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all petition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Duty shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Mary shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. Judy always thought that she should have got to when she had the chance to buy. Judy soon forgot about shitting on all, though she ought recall she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all petition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Boom. Playing around with the tempo is never generally a good idea in the middle of a song, but El Nino, my ass. You call those storms. Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count. I drizzle more when I pee in the sink. With just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. Done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. And I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. That was kind of nice. Well, some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking games, but it won't do an ant to get call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a wild boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I got a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got a home and get it. Just a wild boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, 'cause I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Heard my got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got a hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Blue eye baby. Right, okay, I remember. This small town boy been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that defend my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody, just a wild boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, I don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud of my heart and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a wild boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a wild boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a wild boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yep. Looking for a place to do my thing. I found it. It's right here. And actually, I'm all enthusiastic about handout living, it turns out. Hey, this is fantastic. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strange the be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Because that's about it for me tonight. Feels like the end. Oh, of that, I do realize what's lacking in my life right now more than anything else. I need to pull a bong rip. It's been too long since I pulled a bong rip. I like this breakdown of whatever it is. It's a breakdown of whatever it is. It's a breakdown of whatever it is. I gotta like it. I gotta like it. This breakdown, whatever it is. I like a breakdown. It's whatever it is. I like the breakdown. Well, I like the breakdown too, whatever it is. But right now, it's time for a bullshit. I mean, a bong rip. Same thing. There's some bullshit. Time for a bong rip. More or less the same thing. It's not like this gets me high or anything, but it's been a long time since I pulled a bong rip like now. It's pretty important that I pull one. Finally, tomorrow though. Tomorrow's going to be a day. It's a red letter day in our history. Because this kind of goes right along with the mushrooms thing too. How long have I been complaining about this couch that I'm sitting on? For the entire time I've been here, basically. Tomorrow, Rachel and I are going to get rid of this fucking couch, and we're going to get a couple of chairs. Okay, we went to the Staples today. There's always a long process between concept and doing. We went and sat in these chairs at Staples, and I said, you know what, I like these chairs. We both said it. We like these chairs. We're going to get them. We're not going to get them right now, though, because then you have to hassle with buying them and carrying them to the car and all that stuff. We'll get them tomorrow. So tomorrow we are going to, today, which is now, we're going to get rid of this stupid couch. We're going to get these couple of chairs. They're a good deal on them. They're gamer chairs, so they're, for me, it's critically important that, well, obviously it's terribly unimportant since I've been persisting in this way forever, but I need something that's tall enough and that has the head thing behind me in the right spot, because I'm tall. And this is not an adequate seating arrangement. Anyway, we're going to solve that problem tomorrow. Just as The problem of wanting mushrooms for a super long time and not having them was solved. So too is this problem going to be solved. And that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, here we go. I'm going to transubstantiate this bong rip for everybody. This is a Jesus bong rip, okay? It's just one loaf and one fish or whatever. But it's going to feed the shit out of everybody. Just everyone's going to get so high from this one bong rip transubstantiated. And Peter Ntichi is going to double down. He's going to do it concurrently with me so that there's extra stuff to be transubstantiated. Okay, here we go. By the power vested in me, I'm going to transubstantiate this bong rip and deputize Peter Ntichi in transubstantiating concurrently, okay? Because remember, it's the power that I have because I'm the archpastor of the Aelorian Church and also the archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church. Not anybody can transubstantiate things. You have to be deputized, okay? Anyway, I hereby deputize Peter Ntichi and me to concurrently transubstantiate bong rips to everyone here and nobody else. If you're not here, you don't get any part of this. You're going to lose your deputization with behavior like that, Peter Ntichi. We have a clear chain of command here. This is live ammo. If you're not following regulations, people can get killed out there. We don't need any loose cannons out here in the transubstantiation business, okay? No loose cannons allowed. Only tight cannons. And remember, Peter Ntichi, rule number 1 in the universe. It is not possible for Eric to talk too long. It's just not possible. Any more than it's possible for your goose to shit out too many golden eggs. No. You never get tired of them. You just want more golden eggs. Constantly. You always have the same problem. Even though this goose is constantly pooping out golden eggs, I still want more golden eggs than it's pooping out, you know. Can't you poop out eggs faster? Is what you ask the goose. You don't say, you're pooping out too many golden eggs. That never is possible. Okay, well, if you don't want the golden eggs, I'll take them. They're golden eggs, after all. I actually don't want them, though, but somebody else, I'm sure somebody else will take them, because they're solid gold. Now, sure, it's pretend gold, but still, 100% solid gold. Well, one could say, Peter Ntichi, that's why none of your bong rip got included in the transubstantiation. One could point that out if one wanted to rub it in, but one doesn't, so one's not going to point that out. That, in fact, only my bong rip was responsible for all the transubstantiated bong rip that everybody's feeling right now. If one were going to try to be difficult, one might point that out to Peter Ntichi, but one doesn't want to be difficult. One wants to let Peter Ntichi feel happy that he got to play along too, but the reality is, your bong rip didn't count. That's the harsh reality, Peter Ntichi. It's time for you to come to terms with it. Yes, somebody's keeping score. Yes, it's me. And no, your bong rip didn't count. Yes, there's a score. Eric's bong rip counted on the score sheet. Yours didn't. You're just like a mulligan. Basically, it's like you swung the golf club and missed the ball entirely. It doesn't even count as a stroke, I don't think. Because like it was so you missed it so badly that it would be hard to even make the case that you were intending to aim at. It's like that. That's what your bong rip was. Your bong rip was a golf shot so bad that it didn't even count as a stroke. Yeah, well, I don't blame you, Jonathan Basanti. I do not blame you for wanting to file a formal complaint. I just want to assure you that this is a trainee. We apologize for his behavior. It's unacceptable. I thought I could trust him enough to deputize him, but I was wrong. And I am so sorry that you had to suffer some of the consequences of that. Because here I was telling you, me and the deputy are going to give you a translated run, but it turned out to just be me. I don't blame you for being mad. And it is, the buck stops with me. I will make sure to fire this deputy so that it never happens again. Believe me, this deputy will be fired forthwith. And no, it will come with no severance package. You're fired with cause. It's okay, Peter didn't teach you. I'm sure, there's some other police force that'll hire you. It's usually how it goes. kind of like bad priests, right? They just get moved around. This sounds like one of the sob stories that the manager gives me to avoid giving me free stuff. Well, it is very much that, Jonathan Basanti. It is exactly that. So, we're in agreement, it sounds like. Sounds like you're happy, I'm happy. And we agree. You can't be knighted deputy. You can only be deputized deputy. If it were a knighting, he'd still be a deputy, but no, it doesn't work like that. A knighting is forever. Deputization is at my discretion. There's no knightings going on here regarding the capacity to transubstantiate bong rips, I can assure you. I mean, Rachel obviously also has that power because she's performed Holy Communion with me. So she's not deputized, she's as much a font of this power as I am. But other than that, deputization is at my discretion. So it's like, if you're not a good deputy, I don't want to incur taxpayer liability, Right now, Peter didn't teach you, but it's telling me right now, what I'm learning about you, is that you are a liability to this city and its taxpayers. Because unfortunately, when you break the laws of transubstantiation, it's not you who gets sued, right? It's the city. So I gotta look out for the taxpayer. Which rolling papers taste the worst? I've never had anything that has flavor on a rolling paper. They're always just paper flavored, or hemp, or whatever. Like, Paper is a great flavor, though, I gotta say. I really enjoy the flavor of paper, so it's fine. this, I tell you what's what's much worse flavor than paper is mushrooms. Oh God, those things are gross. But we ate them. With the built-in roach clip? That sounds very convenient. Sounds like an air convention. It's like a rolling paper that has a roach clip already built into it. It's a very convenient idea. But here's the thing. That never is going to happen for me. I'm always going to pack that roach into a bong. I'm never going to use the roach clip. That's the truth. Because, well, even if I'm out in the world even, smoking joints, I'll still just smoke them down to whatever. Rachel and I will, and then we'll put them in this middle thing, right? We'll end up pulling those in bowls later, but there's no point in getting all like, it's like super annoying, you know? You know, just pull those little roaches and bongs. Bible pages, you like to roll joints in Bible pages? That's a good idea. that makes it, that makes Jesus laugh. Rolling joints with Bible pages makes Jesus laugh, so that's always a good thing. I mean, you get what I'm saying, though, right, Ruben? It's like, is it really worth it when it gets all super hot near your lips and stuff? And I'd rather just start a new joint, unless I'm totally out of weed, in which case, then I just put it in a bong. And that's when often we go get those roaches, is when we're out of weed. Like, okay, I think there are some roaches in the car. Can you roll a joint with lettuce? You mean like, it's basically saying like, you know how you can order your cheeseburger with lettuce instead of buns? Can you do that with a joint? I don't think so. I don't think you can do that with a joint. You can do it with a cheeseburger, but I don't think you can do that with a joint. I mean, you have to dry the lettuce out or something, right? It would be terrible. It wouldn't burn well, right? It just that's not a good idea. Let's not do that. What a silly idea. That's not a good thing to use. Lettuce. Lettuce is so wet. You can't use something wet. That goes against the whole idea of the thing. Like, what if you roll the joint with mucus? Well, that would be even worse than lettuce. I know. What if instead of using paper to roll a joint, we use water? Well, we could try it, but I don't think it's gonna work. Alright, that sounds like a very conceivable thing. Sure. I do not doubt that you could repurpose any cylindrical pasta that's got a hole down the middle of it as like a sneak attack, a one hitter as you say, or bat as sometimes people call them. You know, bat. Have you ever heard people refer to one hitters as bats before? I have. You probably have too. Well, maybe you haven't. They used to be called sneak attacks. Back when I learned the names of such things. I knew this woman who'd stick her hands up her guy's nose and taste, looking for coke. Well, I mean, she's probably upset that he's not sharing with her, you know. I don't blame her. I'd be mad too. If my mate were not sharing their drugs with me, it would not be okay. Okay, that's just gross, Peter Ntucci. Do not try to use... It's like, okay, maybe you can come up with a good way to turn mucus into something that could conceivably be used to roll up a joint. But there's no universe in which there's ever a situation where that's your best option. Okay? There's always a better option than mucus and this complicated procedure you've got. No matter how few things you have, there is a better option than that. Okay? That's never going to be your choice to do that. So you have to consider the thing in terms of actual other options. Nobody's looking for instructions on how to make mucus and the rolling papers because nobody's that hard up for something to smoke out of. Surely you can think of something else to use. Okay, Peter, now I want you to explain to me how to make it so I can use water to roll my joints. Now I want you to explain to me how to replace using a rolling paper with water. With distilled water. Okay. Go ahead. Can Peter Ntucci explain a way for me to roll a joint using water as the paper? Let's find out. Because, look, if I've got to choose, I'll definitely choose a joint rolled in a paper made out of water than one made out of mucus. Oh, that's funny. The question you ask is impossible for anybody to answer, Green Pie Lars. How is anybody supposed to know what you're talking about with so little specificity? There are a lot of words that start with N. I mean, duh. Nobody's gonna know what you're talking about if you give such a broad clue. I'm like, okay, I'm thinking of something that starts with the letter T. Okay, well, it could be a lot of different things, it's like, that's not much information to go on. That's my point. Find my son. Well, can you tell me something about him? He's a boy. Okay, well, can we get a little bit more specific than that, please? That one word. Night? Nighttime? Nancy? Narcolepsy? It was probably narcolepsy. Oh, you mean you're just a spiteful shit. Oh, my bad. I was confused for a second there. I thought you were being vague. You're just a spiteful shit monkey. You can't use titties as rolling papers. That's not gonna work at all. Without destroying the titties, and you don't want to do that. That'd be like, like rubbing your sandwich through the dirt to make it food. That's not what you want to do, right? It's already food. You don't need to make it food by rubbing it through the dirt. Analogies are so important, They're the most important things. They're how we understand. By saying this is like this, but listen, don't wait, don't think you know what I mean yet. I mean, the relationship of this and this is like the relationship of this and this. And then you go, oh. But I don't get it. How can, a hand be like a foot, a glove be like a sock? Because they have the same relationship. A hand is to a glove as a foot is to a sock. Your hand goes in a glove, your foot goes in a sock. The goes in part is the same. and a lot of other stuff is the same. But not everything is the same. You might point out, but Eric, your hand and your feet are different. Your hand and your foot are different. And I say, yeah, you're right. They're different. That part's not the same. You might well point out that a sock and a glove are different. So you're correct. Those things are not the same. You say, well, what is the same then? It's the relationship between them. They have the same kind of relationship. Well, what does that mean? Well, it's like they're dating and they're serious, but they're not fully committed yet, but neither of them is really cheating or anything. But they're not really, neither of them is really sure where this is going. They're both kind of scared to have that talk. It's that kind of relationship. No, Eric, that's just a joke. That's not answering the question. Well, that's true. You make a good point there, sir, or madam. You make a good point. Anywho, spring-loaded tits. How do you move outward horizontal? Oh, wait. Yeah, how do you move outward horizontally? Isn't outward mean you're moving outward? Horizontally mean you're moving horizontally? Aren't those things different from each other? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I guess you could move outwardly to the side, but would you really call that horizontally? I will not milk you, Greg, oh Greg. I will not milk you in a tree. I will not milk you on my knee. I will not milk you for your milk. I will not milk you for your silk. I will not milk you though you ask. I will not milk you as my task. I will not milk you in the spring. I will not milk you with the rain. No matter what, Greg, milk thee no. That's not for me, and now you know. Anyway, I believe we're wrapping up here pretty soon. Is that what we're doing? 6 hours, huh? Who signed this up for this? Who signed anybody up for this? 6 hours. My goodness. I don't remember planning this exactly. You know what they say? Life's what happens when you're busy making other plans. Isn't that true? So true. Right now, that's what's happening. We were busy making other plans earlier. Now we're really living. I wonder what I was talking about earlier. This will be interesting to rewatch a little bit. It probably would be a little like, I don't know. That's the thing. I really don't remember when I was really hardcore tripping that. I don't think. I don't really remember what I was talking about or anything, really. I mean, okay, now that I'm trying to remember, it's kind of like bits of it are coming back. Like, I remember I was talking to I was explaining to the coffee and the guitar and stuff. That was a little bit later. There's a period before then that I'm a little murky on. I remember some things, but it's like there's a period of time before that stuff that I'm a little murky on. It will be interesting to see. But I'm also a little bit nervous about it because feeling murky on what went down is typically a sign for me that, like, okay, well, you may have gone a little hard or something. And not really true on mushrooms, but still feels that way. You know, it's because whatever I'm doing when I'm tripping like that, it doesn't include really any FE per se. So when I'm rewatching it, I'm rewatching a version of me that's not attending on that level, but the version of me that's watching it is, you know. So it's a little nerve-wracking. It's like watching this stranger inhabit your body and do this high wire act that you're like, okay, well, does this guy know how to do it? Because I know how to do it, but I don't think this guy does. Pretty sure he doesn't. He's not acting in any way like he does. And the answer is, well, no. No. He doesn't. His FE's not interested in being... It's like, when I'm fully tripping, it's like, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I'm just sitting here just yammering to myself. about important things that are making me laugh, right? Well, that's fine, Eric, but, you know, it's a little self-absorbed. Let's say that. Let's put it that way. It is a little self-absorbed. I'm not usually quite so self-absorbed as when I'm tripping like that. But it's been a while since I've actually. I don't think it's been a while since I've been significantly like just see you later, Eric, right? Or see you later, I guess. Reflective self. We're in fun mode, no time for reflection, you know. That's not necessarily a good thing for me. But it's not bad with mushrooms really, but it's still it's like it's close to drinking in some ways. It reminds me of that kind of thing where when drinking for me was always an ongoing struggle with being able to trust myself, right? Like, don't get drunk and make an ass of yourself, if possible, right? But and I feel very safe about that kind of stuff in general since I quit drinking because I'm not. I don't have this big problem of being a drunk, so I'm mostly expressing as a happy, healthy person, so I don't have to worry about keeping too much of a check on myself or anything, right? It's like I'm not up to any no good, so I don't have to worry about checking myself. But and I'm not trying to hide anything like being a drunk or carry this shame or burden thing that I did when being drunk. So there's no there's not going to be any transference of something in bad behavior ways that there might be in another context. Nevertheless, I don't like that feeling of, oh shit, what did I do last night? You know? And when I don't remember very clearly, I kind of SI trained myself or something. You know, not trained myself, but like there's an SI linkage for me that just automatically kicks in that goes, like, oh, but that's horrible town, right? Because when it happens when you were drunk, for me that meant bad news. Like, I don't remember last night. Or potentially bad news. A lot of times it wasn't any bad news, but it was always bad news because I had to dread and worry about it. Because drunk Eric may or may not have made an ass of himself. Yeah, I looked for that, I think. After you referenced it one time, Ruben. I don't know if I was able to find it or not. But I don't think I was. I don't think I was able to find the exact spot, but I like it. I like the idea of that as well. It makes me laugh now that you know, makes me want to hear it. After all the years of Capillo listening to the teachings of type boxes after getting into your mushroom stash, she became more aware of the status of the box. Yeah, it was. I haven't tripped that hard in a long time. But it's mushrooms, so it's like not. It doesn't get scary, you know. Acid gets scary. For me, I hope Rachel had an okay time. You know, I tend to be so. I tend to forget about her unless there's, you know, it's like I'm obviously caught up doing whatever, not being a very good caregiver if she needed any. Depending on, you know, it's like sometimes people need, like, hey, let me talk to you or whatever. Because I'm tripping too hard. I was not in any condition really to do that, but usually mushrooms aren't a problem. Usually just mushrooms are inherently not scary, really. And the fact that it doesn't go on forever, right? It's like, it was a fairly long trip, 5 hours or whatever. Are you okay? This whole trip, Rachel? I don't know about you, but that trip's harder this time than before. For sure. And it's like, okay, when you trip like this, and you don't really want to actually, like, trip again, like, right away. You want to give it a week or something. I don't know, I just feel like it. It's not like, I know I invited Matt over to do them earlier, but this was more of a, like a soul kick in or something. So it's like I have to process it or something. I hope I was okay. You know, it's like sometimes I talk about shit and I don't really think about how it might link to us personally or something. I just think about it in this abstract sense, and you know, I don't ever want to hurt your feelings at all. Obviously, I don't know. I mean, it's like, obviously I love you immensely and everything. I When you say you're FI, it's funny, it makes me go like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Isn't that weird? That doesn't necessarily mean I'm in trouble, though. It's because she was being FI. Hmm. Yeah, I'm super sleepy right now. I just sort of like abruptly ran out of gas. I guess that FI shit right there with me experiencing it hit me right in the sleepy bone or something. Oh. Yeah. It was jarring, but purposeful ultimately, I think. It's kind of necessarily jarring for us to force us to position ourselves one way or the other on something, to remain in this kind of like undefined state, you know. So, I think it's ultimately a good thing that it happened. And ultimately, I think it's a good thing that we're staying here. Because, it's like one of the differences between the first time when it was an on, off again, and the second time is the second time I started thinking about things like, what are we going to do about trouble? And are we taking the fish with us? What about Lulu? And it wasn't like I had any answers to those questions, really. I was saying, well, we can figure it out. But I didn't really think about those things the first time. I see trouble as like this big symbol. He's a big cat too. It's like trouble is somehow God telling us that, okay, now we're really stuck here. We've got our cat that we could move, but we've also got this other cat that we're both scared of. So, how are we going to move him? I don't think. Mrs. Mom, the thing is, neither Rachel or I is accustomed to having clear feelings on matters like these, exactly. And what this move did, this move on and off thing did, was make us realize that we don't feel free in this current situation, that it's unavoidable because it's not our house, and also though that we're not seizing nearly as much ownership of where we are as we should be in order to be happy here. And the reason we're not is for stuff that's not even going to be noticed by my dad usually. It's FE stuff. So, it's like, what this whole thing has done is present a general lesson of we need to prioritize what we want more, and the problem with our current status quo is not so much its inherent unacceptability as our failure to prioritize what we want at any point. So, and it will continue to be difficult for us to do so because we're not FI. But this was just a freaking this was a crazy ride here today. More of a crazy ride than I anticipated, and also more of a crazy ride than I've had in a long time. It's the sort of experience that once you're done with it, it's not immediately sure. You're not immediately sure what to do with it. And it's kind of what I was looking for, actually. But even so, I wasn't expecting it, or I wasn't looking for it at that moment when it was happening, I guess. So, 'cause I felt like the last couple times that I enjoyed myself, but it was definitely much more in the realm of turn it off, turn it on kind of thing. I think I even made some statements like, it doesn't matter how hard I'm tripping, I can just turn it on, turn it off. I don't think so, Eric. I don't think you were in any kind of condition to be turning anything on and off today. So, so I'm glad that I had that experience, because it seems to be like, I want to push until I go, whoa, okay. So, we did that. Mushrooms is a safe thing to do that with compared to other things that are not safe to do that with, What am I looking for? A cigarette? I'm gonna have one more cigarette, then I'm gonna wrap this shit up. Okay, I will click on some of your links, Peter and Tichi. Let's see what this one says. It better not be like a picture of your penis or something. I don't want to see that. No, I don't want to see a picture of your penis. That's true. I hate the fact that it's like there's this cartoon character version of me, but what can I tell you? That is true, Peter and Tichi. That does sum up my perspective on this matter. What? You can't be too old to do psychedelics. That's silly. Yeah, you don't want to, you don't want to think you're hitting a cigarette and discover only after inhaling a huge amount of it. Oh no, that wasn't a cigarette. That was DMT. Of course, they taste totally different, Peter and TG, so it shouldn't take you too long to realize you're smoking it, but DMT tastes like ass. Weed vapes or cigarette, I don't know about cigarette vapes really. I haven't really tried those very much, but weed vapes sometimes taste bad. Usually they taste bad because they taste too much like flowers. Like flower, they taste like flowers smell. I don't like that taste. That's just like, ew. I don't like this gross flower taste. Why are you tasting so flower-like? Hey, Ruben, that's an excellent pro tip there. Ruben points out, start with a bad taste in your mouth, then they taste normal. Well, it's true. I mean, DMT tastes like, I don't even know what it is, but the closest thing I can come up with, or just a general category of thing, is ass. But I don't know what it actually tastes like, but it's bad, whatever it is. It just tastes like DMT. The mushrooms were disgusting today. They were like, oh, please stop tasting so bad. I had Coke, but they were gross. They were very gross tasting. Like they were grosser than the last mushrooms, which were gross tasting. But last time, Rachel and I did the insane thing of eating them without a drink. That was a very dumb idea. We should have waited until we had a drink, for sure. We won't make that mistake again. No, sirree, Bob. There's some good advice for you, for everybody out there, okay? What are MAOIs? Yeah, I don't want your fancy science talk right now. I don't want any fancy science talk, please. It's just, I'm tired. Fancy science talk sounds like it's fancy science talk. I don't want to think about it. Fancy science talk sounds like, get out of here. Get out of here, y'all. Hey, who you think you are? We're getting too big for your burritos. Fancy science talk. Yeah, like, get out of here right now. Oh, Tiffany. Oh, Tiffany. I really like how you yell at me. I want this now. Well, Tiffany, but you don't even know what that is. I don't want else. I love them out. It's not, though. It's barbecue sauce. Thomas. She really makes me laugh. You know, she's great. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Oh, timing things? I don't think I'm going to be another 44 minutes. I don't think so. I think that'd be 7 hours or what? That'd be 7 hours and 10 minutes. Approximately. Well, I don't think I'm going to last that long. I'm planning on... I didn't have a drink. This is the problem. It's been bothering me for a while, too. It's like... Why do drinks have to be so small all the time? Run out of beverage all the time. Just stay full. And let me drink you. Oh. And then... Oh, God. Not even a full... I don't even want... It's like a half a cup of coffee. Yeah, it's like 2/3. That's not too bad. I know I need to make a deep pot. I feel like sad or something. Why do I feel sad or something like that? I don't know. I guess I'm just having an emotion or something. Started by feeling sad that I didn't have a drink. Like a general sadness that here's the links to when I think I'm being too self-indulgent. I look around, all these cigarette butts and all this fucking trash all around. Just like, oh God, Eric, you are such a mess sometimes. Can't even keep a drink full, you know? It's like, come on, dude. But you know, I think that's what this whole move thing was intended to sort of provoke is. It's like, I think Rachel and I are both ready for a bit of a change from living as though this were a temporary place where we're staying rather than like it's our house. Like I don't think either of us really like the state of things. It's being messy like this all the time. It doesn't really bother us. We don't really want to clean. But I think we'd both be happier if we spent more time keeping the place nice, had a nicer environment. So it's just basically we'd be happier if we included more sensing stuff in our lives. For me, that's going to manifest as SI, which is like, you know, keeping your place, keeping, you know, caring about it and stuff. But it's also SE because you got to clean it and do it. And it's stuff that we both get both kinds of S's from. And ultimately, it's like, people are happiest when they remember to invite their fourth and eighth functions to the party more, you know? They can. Problem is when you're empowered not to entirely, it's difficult to, there's a little external pressure on me or us to incorporate S in ways that we don't feel like necessarily. But it's like we benefit most when we incorporate S in ways that we don't really feel like, you know? So and we overall are probably happier when we include more S that we don't feel like as a total percentage of our S. So I know there's going to be an immediate sort of like change that happens where we rearrange, get these chairs, get rid of this thing, clean some, you know, make a big change. But I would like to see, and we'll see if either of us are able to sustain it, but I'd like to see myself anyway try not to be such a slob. Try to be, to treat it like my house when I live with somebody who cares about the house, rather than when just me and Delilah were living there. Like when Candace and me and Delilah were living there, it was very nice. It was just me and Delilah living there. It turned into a shithole. And Delilah was worse than me. I mean, she was really messy. It's like, one time, one of the dogs spread out all of her fucking tampons from the bathroom trash. She blithely had the fucking gall to like walk over them, pretend like you didn't notice them. I'm like, what the fuck do you think you're doing, girl? You gotta clean that shit up. I'm not cleaning that up. It's not my fault. Well, I don't care whose fault it is. I'm not cleaning that up. So you're cleaning that up. Like, the fact that the dog did it made it not her responsibility or something, because after all, she didn't spread the used tampons around the house. Well, that's true. But since I can't make the dog clean it up, and they're gross used tampons, and then you're gonna clean them up. Your tampons, they're not mine, so. I mean, I'm pretty sure, but we use different brands. My AP type. My advanced placement type. I took the advanced placement test. Oh, good. It's wonderful news. I hope you placed in an advanced fashion. Oh yes, I did. I'm very advanced. I guess you must have put in a lot of time advancing to get so advanced. Oh yes, indeed. I'm constantly working on my advancement. I told you I'm not lasting until 2:13, okay? There's no way. I'm about to go to bed. I don't know where there's all this, what time I'm going to stop stuff was coming from anyway, but it's not going to be at 2:13 because that's a long time from now and I'm feeling very tired. I do have a cup of coffee that I'm not going to go to bed until I finish drinking this cup of coffee. And I'll probably have another cigarette to go with this cup of coffee. Because if you want a complete breakfast, you can't just have coffee. You need to smoke a cigarette as well. That's just common sense. But the thing to remember, Peter Dentici and everybody else, this coffee wasn't even all the way full to begin with. It was like 2/3 of a cup of coffee at the end of the pot. And I am not going to make another pot. That's not going to make me feel sad, right? It was like, it's like you're so shitty at everything, Eric. Kitchen's a mess, filthy everywhere. You got mountains of paper towels over there. Oh, you scoundrel, is what I felt about myself, man. That moment, I was just like, Okay, fine. I'll grow up some. It doesn't make me sad. I'm gonna have to grow up some. I'm gonna have to stop being such a petulant child about everything. And that's sad because it's boring, you know. Nothing's more boring than being grown up and dealing with boring things, you know. But it's like you can't really be happy if you just totally just refuse to deal with all the boring things. Then it just gets too like you're drunk, you know. If you never deal with any of the boring shit, life becomes too much like you're drunk. ELVF, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter if his description of me is accurate, right? Because if it's describing me in terms of what? My behavior or affect, my displays, what words I'm coming out of my mouth, stuff like that. Well, it's possible to correctly describe me, but that doesn't explain anything. So, I don't know. Like, what exactly, what's the point you're trying to make? It's interesting how something can be so accurate in describing it within its frame without recognizing that its descriptions are like implicit to its frame or something like that. It's like, yeah, okay. There's a lot of things here that are accurate descriptions of me, but when they talk about why, it's like they're framing everything through emotions. But of course, you know, it's like, it's a possible way to frame things, but there's not any reason to frame things like that. Particularly. Like, well, it doesn't really give any explanation here in this part. I'm trying to find an example of what I'm talking about. This is describing me pretty well. When it says things like, This type will often ignore surroundings so long as they feel that their needs are met, and sometimes even this does not activate them. They can feel completely unbothered by any clutter, mess, dirty laundry, unpaid bills, half-done practical tasks lying around. They tend to only pay attention to the physical world when it aids in their poetic or emotional creations that they are tending to convey to the world. But that's totally wrong, right? I'm not, I mean, and no, it's true that that's one way in which I can incorporate physicality, but in fact, it's just as true that I incorporate physicality into totally non-emotional things. So there are examples that would give for, like this kind of critique here is nothing to do with emotion, metaphor, or anything else like that, right? It's like this is a listen to this sentence here. Once the physical can be perceived as something more meaningful or metaphorical to the ELVF, then they take notice. More meaningful or metaphorical than what? You'll have often desires that others will complete tasks for them. Well, I mean, I'll say that maybe, but I actually won't behave in any way or shape or form to suggest I desire others complete tasks for me. I behave entirely opposite of that. I do not seek decisive advice on how to deal with life's little chores without wasting too much energy at all. I don't want your advice at all, right? About any practicality matter. Because practicality matters aren't really subject to a lot of advice. They're specific to the practicality at hand, right? The big problem here is like this. This can happen sometimes, making the ELVF appear 1L or 3L, when in fact they are perceiving the accuser attacking their identity or emotional sensibilities. But I mean, that's not true. That's not what I'm perceiving them as doing, right? So, I don't perceive accusers, as attacking my identity or emotional sensibilities. I see accusers as somebody who either is correctly accusing me of something or not. And if it's incorrect, then I see them as being spiteful. Whatever they're attempting to attack me, sure, but not necessarily my identity or emotions, just me in general usually. And certainly I don't perceive an accuser as attacking anything until I've ascertained the accuracy of their accusation. So it's like this is what I mean by like, it's so much a slave to its own frame that it assumes it understands why people are the way they are, but it's only true of people who actually are FI people. And so this is the sort of thing that's like really like the worst kind of misinformation, right? Because it correctly describes but wrongly attributes. And that just creates an amazing amount of confusion. It's like, uh-oh. Because a lot of people are going to be like, hey, this is great. This is a correct description. It must therefore be a correct explanation. That's what makes it so dangerous, right? Because it's absolutely not a correct explanation for anything. It's a projection of Fi as a universal friend. But it's like, remember that the important thing to remember is your worst enemy is somebody who agrees with you for the wrong reason. Well, this is like that kind of, but it's different. It's like, this is accidentally right. Accidentally right is, oh my God, oh no, now everybody's gonna think that, it's like, Joe finds gold. He did a bunch of hokum pokum before he found gold. And he's very convinced that his hokum pokum is why he found gold. And he's going to sell a lot of people on this fact, because all the people who didn't do hokum pokum, why, they didn't find any gold. But that's what makes hokum pokum so bad, right? It's like, don't either just describe and don't explain it all, or explain correctly. And explaining incorrectly a correct description is a nightmare but fuckery in terms of the narrative landscape. You don't want to encourage that kind of nonsense. You want to discourage it. Remember, what matters is not whether or not you can correctly, or, hey, these two things, these multiplicity of descriptive things generally go together. And wow, hey, look, you're one of the people who matches up with these things that generally go together, because typology makes it such that things generally go together, right? Or don't. So, if you're able to put that together, it's something anybody can do. The fact that you're then able to create some kind of explanation for it is something anybody can do. That's missing, that's getting everything backwards, right? I don't want to argue with Peter and teach you tonight. I mean, it's a good example of like, it's a great example. I get why you're enamored with it, right? Hey, this description is exactly what Eric's doing. So their reasoning as to why must be right. It's not, though. It's totally wrong. So I get that, like, NI may make it a big trap for you, right? Like, you want to see the bigger holistic thing here that's not really definable as blah, because you're dealing with feelings, but they kind of try to treat it as though it works with kind of a TI sheen to it. But Enneagram's fundamentally not defensible because it puts as a predominant frame a subjective one. So there's a lot of reasons why you can't successfully argue an Enneagram like you can cognitive functions. And the reason that matters is because it turns out whether or not you can successfully argue something and whether or not it's true are basically the same thing. Like, you know, it's just how it is. I don't know. Turns out, like, the best argument was always the right thing to do after all. It just always turns out like that. Even if it's about something you should do, something you should not do, something you should believe, some explanation or whatever, it doesn't really matter. It always turns out that the winning argument was also correct across every other metric. It always turns out that way. And there's no way to there's no reason for it except it just always turns out that way. I mean, I can't explain why. It just does. It invariably turns out that way. Like, the best argument gets ignored today. Down the line, people will go, here's the best argument. And they may or may not remember that it was yelled as loud as he could back here. But history will validate that correctness, you know? But and it happens time and time again. It's like the world revisits bad arguments, at least in a civil society, an open Western style civil society. People revisit existing narratives all the time to challenge them and see if they still withstand scrutiny. As they should. I don't remember where I was going with that or what the point of all that was. I'm tired, man. All right, I desperately gotta hurry up and end this so that Peter Dentigi doesn't get what he wants. I'm just kidding, Peter Dentigi. I hope you do get what you want. 213. I hope you get what you want, but I'm not gonna try to make it happen. I don't really hope you get what you want. I wouldn't be sad if you did get what you want. I'm not going to try to prevent you from getting what you want because it's what you want. But I cannot promise to stay up to 2:13. That's 13 minutes from now. That's a long 13 minutes. This is a short cigarette and I'm almost out of coffee. Well, I know that this is why you were wrong, Peter Dentigi. Peter Dentigi says, I don't think there's a grand unified map of everything. I used to agree with you. Now I realize you're wrong. It doesn't have to be perfect to be grand and unifying. The key thing to be able to be grand and unifying is that it requires everybody to ask of themselves the same question, which is, why am I telling you this, and why aren't you listening? Okay, and that's how you know it's grand and unifying. Because at that point, we've returned the onus to where it belongs. On the fact that you don't get to not be a subject. Nobody gets to not be a subject. We can talk as though we are. We use all the passive voice we want. You still get to be a subject, saying the thing. Things aren't just said out there in the ether words, but not linked to anybody. You know, it's like, no, somebody said that. Sorry. It's always the case. No, it's never the case that you encounter words that nobody said. No. It doesn't mean it's useful in any situation at any time. Not at all. What makes it grand and unifying is that you can always convert everything into it and back again. Not. How could you be so fucking wrong? It's about unit conversion. That's what makes it grand and unifying, is that you can convert anything into it and back again. I mean, Did you go to school to be this wrong? Did you take a class and here's some wrong shit that Peter didn't teach you can say to Eric for no reason? It's some incredibly wrong stuff. And you studied it, and you prepared it, you made a big list of it, and said, okay, which wrong things am I going to bust out today? Which appallingly, shockingly wrong statements am I going to bust out today and lay before Eric? Is that what you've done? Because it seems like it. And the thing that makes cognitive functions grand and unifying is that the actual units are the only actual units in which anything ever becomes any kind of reality, namely individual's attention. So you can always convert everything into that and back again. Now, we're really learning. We're learning important truths about the meaning of a grand unifying theory. It does mean something. It's not just whatever you feel like, right? It has an operational definition that actually you can test something to see if it qualifies as that or not. It's not just whatever you want it to mean, for fuck's sake. This world that we live in, their refusal to obey the laws of language. These are the problems that we all face every day. These are the piles of bird poop we all step in and go, ew, stop pooping there, bird. You know? But they keep pooping. And we keep stepping. Sometimes our step and their poop are gonna meet. And those are called teachable moments. And this is one such teachable moment. From me to the bird whose poop I stepped in. You're welcome. And good night, everybody. I love you all. Even you, bird who pooped. Even though you pooped, I'm still loving you. And even though I stepped in your poop and it was icky, I still love you.